sweet mercy. Greetings once more, VOD watchers. Before the first arrives, a few brief moments we have sipping coffee together before we begin our day of, I'm not going to say whimsical, but it's definitely going to be witchy shit. And you know what? In the face of AAA flavoured bollocks, the idea of spending some time on some witchy shit seems pretty good. So, yeah, as a tiny message in a time capsule, I hope you're all doing splendid. People watching live won't get this. What is that? This is hidden. Ooh! To the Scarred Alaska first! Alright. Let me update the boards. There's still a few days left. It is unlikely that Bacon will be unseated. But it will mean our first hat-trick winner, so. But add it to the board. Boop. And there we go. Catastros Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Actually, so Scott, one of the real cool things is I was looking through who had played this game so far, because I've talked a lot about it, right? And so far, only Longshipians are the only people I know have played it. So it's yourself and Legend, and that's it. I know tons of industry friendos that have wishlisted this. So you get to be in the Cool Kids Club today. I've been wanting to play this since we did the Red Strings Club, but also because we've done the Red Strings Club, I'm afraid of this game. But last night, possibly after half a bottle of gin, possibly, I decided to stop being a fucking coward and just play it. So that was my thought process. Hello, Legend. I was just talking about you. Oh, come on in, friends. Come on in. Oh. It's the guinea pig's forklift. They've been doing some reconstruction. Basically, when you all don't see them, the guinea pigs are basically like the dozers from Fraggle Rock, which is fine. Like, it means stuff happens around the flat, but it's real awkward. You're trying to sleep in, and all you can hear is like tiny machinery and like lifting and cranes and stuff. It's exhausting, you know. Once again, friends, I think I'm fucking hilarious. Oh. CMDH. Sometimes a bit of juxtaposition is fine. I mean, I don't think today is going to be a hot-boiled piss kind of day. It's certainly been a disappointing day in the games industry, but, you know, at this point, I think we're, I don't know, I say inoculated. Just, yeah, everything happens so much. But we'll get into that later. We'll wait for the rest of the squad to get in. Oh. But yeah, I hope you're all doing splendid. I feel like I haven't seen you all in about 30 seconds, if I'm being perfectly honest. The last 2 days have just gone. I could certainly do with some downtime. It's lovely to be back. So yeah, I hope you're all doing lovely. Nothing drastically important to report from my little corner of the world. All the games I'm playing at the moment are incredibly absorbing, and it's a lovely problem to have. And one of my favourite games of last year just updated with the next part of the story, so very looking forward to that. I don't think I'll stream it though, more because if you enjoy Shooty Gun Bang, but you are bored with the same grey-brown nonsense, or, I don't know, blorange nonsense, I got some cool indie shit for you. Although, okay, considering all of your lot, I can't imagine I haven't told you about Attica before, so yeah, Attica just updated with its next chapter, and Attica's Zone Patrol is still one of my absolute favorite things I've experienced. You know, I play a lot of different kind of shooty gun bang when I get the opportunity, and that's the one that's really stayed with me. It's like that, Chernobylite, and yeah, that's the thing. Here's me struggling to think of like FPS games that have really grabbed my attention. There aren't as many as there should be when you think about how like dominant FPS is as a genre. There's a couple I've putzed around with that I have high hopes for, like the was it SC? Hey! Good afternoon, Snuggly. Watto and welcome. Snuggly, your raid beat in most of the fucking longship, so haha. Snuggly, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales, friend. Tell me your tales. Yeah, Catastros. I knew a bunch of people that did writing for the Old Republic, and it's interesting that you think about how like Star Wars: The Old Republic dropped pre-Rogue One, pre-rebirth of Star Wars, and the writing in it was so good. It just got stuck in being a kind of... It got stuck in being the wrong kind of game. Snuggly was on Rainbow Six Extraction. That's the semi-zombie one, right? Which I think is a fascinating concept. I've been putzing around with one of my... Everything happens too much. This is a known thing, and I will admit the last couple of days I've fallen back into some bad habits. Thankfully, not as bad habits as, you know, doing fat lines off the desk. But I've been playing the single-player modded version of Tarkov and drinking inordinate amounts of gin. Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto, and welcome. But one thing that's got me thinking about is how, like, we had this big explosion in, you know, extraction shooters, and everything kind of rushed for the same point. No one really made the money they were expecting to, and then went, nah, we're good. And whereas we have seen things like GTFO and then, you know, Rainbow Six Extraction and other similar titles kind of dance around it, you know, the real explosions we've seen in the extraction shooter space has really been Dark and Darker, and then Dark and Darker but not, which I love. Hey, first-person dungeon crawling, the idea of different teams like duking it out, fucking brilliant. But what's been really interesting is I've been putzing around with this Tarkov single player, which I can't stream for you because unfortunately it does go against Twitch T's and C's. And I'm not cool enough to fight with Mr. the Twitch. I'm still hoping he drops on by and gives us $1 squillion at some point. Oh, very droll, NDH, very droll. But no, it was more just... Oh, sorry, yeah. So... Okay. Well, so Snuggly, which title was that one? Oh, sorry, I'm PVS, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. But no, it was more just... I feel it's a space where we can do a whole bunch more interesting stuff. But yes, the thing I've been putzing about on Will's bad habit is single-player Tarkov, which you can mod the absolute hot heck out of. And I've basically created something that's almost a roguelike. Like, in my heart of hearts, it's kind of like, I guess, shooty gunbang LARP. But I feel that with a couple of extra steps, there's something really interesting there. Also, Tarkov is a great example of great systems and terrible game design. And at some point, I'm going to get really stuck into how it's a title that succeeded by having no competitors. Okay. Snuggly was saying the VR RPG that's pivoting to extraction shooter was called A Township Tale. Fascinating. Oh yeah, no, and Catastros, like I was saying, it's so good. Actually, one of my friends who worked on The Old Republic is actually moving up to Seattle. So, I mean, I need the fucking stars to align on a lot of things, but the hope is we can pull ourselves out of this current tailspin. What I'm going to do, swap this out for a fucking couch, and then I can invite people to come here, and so I can introduce you properly. As you know me, I fucking love Star Wars. I tend not to talk about it too much because bringing up Star Wars sometimes brings out the worst in people. You know. Of which I am no exception, by the way. You know, a lot of you weren't there when I drank a whole box of wine to myself and we watched Rise of Skywalker again. Oh, I got mad. Oh. But more the point, I'm really hoping that as we're moving forward, we're going to be able to have more people come and chat and hang out because, like, there are spheres of the industry where, not to toot my own horn, but I know my shit, right? Anything involving kind of like general biz dev, releasing, funding, strategy, schedules, like putting a team together, putting a studio together. Like, this is the shit I know. I know enough in terms of general design to help construct things. And when it comes to product knowledge, as in knowledge of video games, I've met like 2 people in the industry who can step to my level of knowledge. And they are legends here, so I'm very proud of this. But here's the thing, I'm not a writer. I barely write. I am dyslexic as all hell. And the fascinating thing about writing for video games is that the process is something we all understand. Make text happen now, please. But the actual craft and what you make with those words is so drastically different. You know, what Fred, or Marketeer Fred, you know, from chat makes, versus what Nessa makes, versus what Zalavir writes, versus what my friend who worked on the Star Wars stuff did. Like, they couldn't be more different. And, you know, those are some parts of the industry that I don't think you really get introduced to or talk about, you know. Writing in video games is very rarely the attractive part of it, and honestly, most of the writers are kind of like community managers in the sense that when they go to industry events, they'll hang out together and commiserate. I kind of respect that. So yeah, sorry, I'm kind of careening all over the place. WDH, I continue with my my quest to finish my book. If only out of spite. I've been told by so many people that I can't write a book. I'm going to write one, and it's going to be bad. But I will have done it, and I'll be able to flip the birds to people that said I couldn't. Spite is a wonderful motivator, friends. Legend, I wouldn't do that to you. I did get... I know somebody who wrote a book. I know, shocking. And they sent me a copy of it, and I thought, you know what? It's got a lovely title. You know, it's very personal. I'm sure it'll be fine. It was like hundreds of pages of just unedited train of thought-ness, and I couldn't get through it. I couldn't tell if this was a parody or a cry for help. I at least want to make very, very clear that what I have created is terrible, but it is terrible in spite. Alright, you know what? I'll take that. Legend, I'll take that. Ooh. Well, Megaboss, as important as having snacks, what did you bring? Right now I'm just on coffee. Today we're going to be doing the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, which is more reading than I would usually be flexing on with as little sleep as I've gotten, but as I decided last night while I was deep into a bottle of gin, I've been meaning to stream this for a while. Maybe we'll only do it for a day, but it's an important game. It's the follow-up to the Red Strings Club, so you know it's going to slap. And honestly, it got overlooked. You know, it didn't do terribly, but like I was just saying, I was looking at the store page for it, like seeing who's played it and whatnot, and honestly, like, the peeps who have played it are all long shippians. So it's Scarred Legend and Kestrel, and an artist friend of mine. But the sheer number of people who either want it and haven't played it, or have it and haven't gone through it. Ooh.
When you watch upon a star,
it looks back at you hungrily. Scar, thank you. That's $3 to keep my dumb ass alive. But yeah, so that's what we're going to be playing today. I've been doing this thing with the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood where I've been kind of, I don't want to say gun shy, but every time I sit down and do the schedule, because I don't know if you've all seen it, like, I got nothing sensitive on here. So I have my schedule for the week. I do it on the weekly, and I try and get a sense of what you all might want to see, what we should be playing. I try and mix it up as best I can. You know, the AAAs have been creeping into our playlist. We haven't been as exclusively weird indie as we once were. You know, because Elden Ring is hardly indie. But Pacific Drive certainly is. And, yeah. I'm going to wait until Thursday before I start fights about it, but, sorry, there were a bunch of crusty old white buggers over the weekend who were like, well, I don't like Pacific Drive because I can't save the game when I want to. Did you know that you can change that in the game settings? Well, I didn't check the settings. Well, then the fuck are you complaining about? Sorry. That was a large proportion of my weekend. I decided not to start beef with people on the internet because there was nothing to be gaining, but I may still throw shoes at them later. The only thing I haven't worked out is this Saturday. I'm going to kind of leave it to the gods a little bit, because the next part of Final Fantasy VII's remake trilogy is coming out some point this week, and I don't think people are going to want to watch the previous one at the same time as playing the new one, which is fine. The Black Watchman is tempting. You know, I enjoy a little bit of chaos. But I've had this craving, right? I've had this want that I basically want to do a big old game with all of you lot. I want to play something together as a group. And nothing's really leapt out at me. It's something that we can all play together that I either want to or think that we'd have a good time on, you know? Well, PVS, yes. Elden Ring does fall under the we're going to play it weird exception. Also, Elden Ring is kind of, I mean, it's got two things, right? Like, it's an expression, it's an expressive game. How we choose to do it, what adventure we choose to go on is our own. And it's very much a celebration of something. But one cannot claim that Elden Ring did not do well. Rilu, Watto, and welcome. Oh, gods. We lost people, alright? The spat over the Longship Minecraft server, we lost people and they never came back. I knew I should have said no. I knew I shouldn't have let it happen, but no. And Austin, Watto and welcome. Because you know the first thing that fucking happens. Oh, what mods are we going to use? Oh, well, I want to use this one. Well, I don't like that one. I want to use this one. I should have. So it really was like, who made them walk the plank? I bloody should have. Strip years off my life stress because of a fucking Minecraft server. No, okay. Joking aside, the spat came from a group of people wanted to create a private invite-only server inside of the Longship, and I was like, no, that's not how we do. All right, look, I understand for something like tabletop or Dungeons and Dragons, you know, that's something where you want to put everybody together and have a session zero, but having a private server inside a server, it's a little bit VIP club, you know? It's a little bit, all right, jog on. And my opinion thusly went down like a fart in an elevator. So. Nah, really, I should have done vanilla permadeath. Deal with it. Either you die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. I mean, Austin, you're not wrong. I think it's one of the few downsides about just having like a really diverse group of people on one Discord server. You know, the Longship is such a wonderful rainbow flag adorned squad of really diverse individuals. But that does mean when it comes to something so ubiquitous that in a game where it is about finding your space, everyone is finding a different space. Oh, Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Anyway, moving on. Yes, I want to do something, but I don't know. We'll see if inspiration strikes this week. There's a ton of games I could just, like, careen into. And Kaolu, Watto and welcome. There are a bunch of games that I can show you on Saturday if nothing else leaps up and springs to mind. But if something genius does pop up, then, well, we can have some fun, can't we? I do think that I was lacking in creativity last night. But everything happens so much. Anyway, yeah, besides falling in on bad habits, not too much going on over here. Behind the scenes stuff has kind of solidified a little bit, so I'm really hoping I can actually start planning on having some guests on and start mixing stuff up, you know? Getting some proper mischief. I feel like I've been in something of a holding pattern for quite some time, and being able to have a little bit more stability means I can plan things. I don't know if I want to do week in review, but perhaps we should. Yeah, perhaps these things are important. Down on the dwarf, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. But yeah, as I said, aside from falling onto bad habits, doing good. Do not make me choose between my children, legend. My babies. For all the chaos, the rate at which excellent games release is a breakneck pace. And you know what's amazing is, like, the variety of these titles I find is so wild. So, for example, there's 3 games right now that popped off that I would love to spend some time with. And they couldn't be more different. So, we talked about Slave Zero X before. The spiritual prequel... Sorry, the prequel, not spiritual, it's actually legit. The prequel to Slave Zero, a 2000s giant robot brawler, predominantly on the Dreamcast, but also released on PC. Slave Zero X is a side-scrolling beat-em-up with the depth and complexity of the Alien vs. Predator cabinet in terms of its combat system. And it's got this, like, Manga Entertainment presents neo-cyber future vibe that I just fucking love. There's Garden Life, a first-person gardening game where you just restore and rebuild a little cottage. I know it's very similar to something that I wanted to create, but with mine I wanted to create more of a Fae angle. I wanted to create something where you're learning to live in harmony with things beyond your control. The Garden Life Cozy Sim, it's just gardening. It's just cozy. Captain Hillian, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Coming in. And last but by no means least, check out this one. So this one is called Corpo Nation, the sorting process. And it's like retro future Papers, Please. You're sitting at home on your weird little, like, raccoon-themed Windows 3.1 knockoff machine as you're processing people's data and information and whatnot. However, on this one, there's essentially kind of subterfuge afoot. It looks feckin' brilliant. And again, these 3 games could not be more different. So Captain Hillian, how was your stream? What were you up to? Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. We've only just been going. We're already 2 raids deep. I'm telling you, friends, this is the day. Mr. The Twitch is going to pop in to be like Willy Wonka's factory. Drop $1 squillion on us. Jobs are good. I don't know. I'm trying not to come across as ignorant of the games industry news at the moment, but like I think any conversations that we end up having today, we've got to offset, because the current industry biz dev perspective and what's actually happening in video games couldn't be more removed. But the problem is, while we understand it, while we may be the educated few in terms of like the game's ecosystem, sadly, none of us are the squillionaires that control the purse strings. Ah, Mysteries of the Sith. God, I love that. Played that to absolute heck and back. God, 1 million years previous. A lot of people's introduction to Mara Jade, who still hasn't popped up in new Star Wars yet. Okay. I'm hoping the Baba Is You mech blend ends up on Steam. Yeah, so Austin, sorry, I didn't mean to skip over your previous one, but at some point we should sit down and have a little run around on Slave Zero and on Shogun Mobile Armor Division, because they're really good examples of how it seems with giant robot games, creating scale is difficult, and it can be easy to assume that you can just make the game at, we'll just say, regular size, but make the assets seem like they are ginormous and that all the environments are all little tiny pieces. And you're right, Austin, like, Slave Zero feels like a 3D brawler, but everything is just super whoopie tiny. And with Shogun Mobile Armor Division, because they flit between two different viewpoints in the same world, everything still feels like it's people-sized and you're kind of cosplaying as a giant robot. Yeah, well, and Austin, as you well know, like, in a game engine, there's no unified scale, but it's like how you make it feel. A lot of people, myself included, were very surprised to find out that with FromSoft, with Armored Core 6, that the environments are to scale. That when imported to, I believe, Elden Ring, the environments are as big as they feel. Those giant robots are giant. But honestly, most of the tricks to make giant robots feel big are environmental and controls-wise. That weight, that oomph, that's something that's kind of... That's something that's definitely in the art and craft of giant robot nonsense. I know I should post in Longship, let people know. I'm kind of enjoying this little moment of quiet. I'm kind of rolling into the day, you know. Second coffee, and again, the game we're going to be playing today, the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, is it's something special, you know. Or J Post, Verdant, Watto, and welcome, coming in. But yeah, so I'd love to spend a day on some of the titles that don't quite get it right. Do you know what I mean? They almost do. Now, Shogun Mobile Armor Division is all style, no substance, with some truly bafflingly bad game design choices, but it came from a time where things were weird and wild and wonderful. And Edwin, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, well, and Austin, that's what's so fascinating about Slave Zero X, is it's back down to side-scrolling, brawling-ness. Like, they've taken that 90s cyber anime vibe, boiled it down to its components, and turned it into this, like, glorious, like, ballet of side-scrolling fighting. You know, better than the usual, you know, light, medium, until the heat death of the universe. Oh, you know, Shogun knew what it was about. It was like Shogun, Oni, and there was like one other of those like post-90s inspired video games that didn't directly come out of Japan. And they nailed the style, the rest... Because, like, aesthetically, Shogun is the closest we've gotten to a good Appleseed game. But in terms of its weight and its momentum, Megaboss, I'll do you... Oh, sorry, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass, friend. If I haven't said I appreciate it, I really fucking do. So, Megaboss, you can do one better. When selecting your hand that you're going to be playing in Balataro, you can move the cards around. And so, even if it is a straight or, you know, a full house or what have you, the cards don't have to be in that order as you play them, but that is the order they'll be scored in. So if you have a card that has a huge multiplier, you don't want to score that first, you want to score it at the end. You're welcome. And so, Austin, I really do think that like Shogu's like art direction really understood the assignment. And then the rest is kind of like a great example of, oh shit, video games are hard. Because essentially, the clever. Alright, sorry, if you haven't seen it, so Shogun Mobile Armor Division is an FPS game. And its hook is that you flip from being a pilot, running around shooting anime bad guys, to being a mech, running around shooting bad guy robots. The fact is, it's essentially 2 FPS games, and they just change the environments and the enemies to try and make it feel like the mech is ginormous. And the robot has bigger, more explodey, more powerful weapons rather than your usual, like, shooty gun bang affair. And while they must have thought they were so clever by just making 2 FPS perspectives, they ended up making a massive rod for their own back because they had to make 2 games. Anyway, it's a game I played a whole bunch as a Wii, and it's a good example of how sometimes bad games can be thoroughly inspiring. And by bad, I mean like, so Shogu had some fucking bizarre ideas. The only way to heal as a person was critical hits, which were a percentage chance, not guaranteed, usually on headshots. So basically, you've got to pop domes and hope that you heal. Frankly, bizarre, but alright. But sorry, the reason I was saying that was Austin said they saw someone who put the intro music for Shogu over the introduction to Evangelion. And yeah, it works. It bloody works. Because they absolutely studied Cruel Angel Thesis when putting this stuff together. There used to be... Oh, somebody... beans, it's dropped out of my skull. There used to be a specific rhythm for creating anime intros so that whatever song the licensing team could get hold of or create would definitely go over. Oh, I used to know this. Well, it's dropped out of my skull. Anyway. Edwin, you're right. Completing our little Triforce of 90s power, Septerra Core. That was the other one. Septerra Core understood the fucking assignment, which is, we want to make a better looking Final Fantasy VII. And they did. Also, the magic system was brilliant. The magic system was, you have a hand of cards. Each card you play does one thing. But the more powerful a mage your person is, the more cards they can play together. 2 cards, so like 1 card might be fireball. 2 cards together when blended could create something awesome. Like 3 and 4, then you're getting up into fucking summons territory. Austin, let me have a quick Google of that nonsense. As it's not ringing a bell, but also I have drunk far too much and slept far too little. Limatilli, Watto and welcome. Hello. We're having a pre-gaming natter. Alright, that's not showing me anything, so... Oh well. You know what? No, it's been 40 minutes. Apparently, I'm just gonna let the long ship know that we're live. Sorry about this, friends. I love automating things so that when they fail, I know who to be mad at. Okay, there we go.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Well, to Limatilli, thank you kindly. If we have met in the real, I apologise that I have not remembered your username, but if not, watto and welcome. Dom, it's not a cult. Don't. No. Fucking terror. It's not. Oh my word! I should have known. It was a Dom flavoured setup. Why are you like this, Dom? Why are you like this? Well, firstly, it's not a cult, but it's lovely to make your acquaintance, alright? We're going to be doing witchy shit today. We're going to be spending a little bit of time with the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. The follow-up to the, frankly, haunting Red Strings Club. And Nick, watto and welcome. Hello. Coming in, friends. Caffeine, watto and welcome. Well, actually, so Martin, sadly, it turns out that I got the wrong end of the the wobbly phallus on that one. Sadly, it is not a collector's edition. It was a one-shot giveaway for Valentine's Day, because apparently the games industry is still cowards. Can't win them all. Vanderbeest, it's not off the docket. Sorry, Vanderbeest was asking when we're going to be doing Tunic. Actually, Lima, I do have a very, very good cloak, but that's another story. The cloak is not sinister. It's just one of those, like, functional LARP cloaks. Real good for staying warm. I know. Shocking. Well, so Wolfgrad, yeah, Dinobot's just been dragging ass the last couple days. Okay, we'll go. Tilly's much easier to say. Yeah, look, a good cloak keeps you warm and makes you look awesome. No one's against this. Remember, cloaks, they aren't capes. Capes are for flomping about. Cloaks get it done. Oh.
A witch lived in a peaceful village until a plague arrived, wiping out much of the populace. In their fear, they drove her out. Before she left, she brought the local well to life. The well would eat those who drove her out.
The moral, living well is the best revenge. Why are you like this? Ehrman, thank you for the 500. Terror. Again, considering you're playing witchy games today, like, living wells are entirely possible. Anyway, so as we have sounded the horn, brought everyone together, I'm gonna try and offset as much of the game news nonsense as possible. All right, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. The big one today is Sony doing massive layoffs. The Sony London studio is just gone, and they're going to be laying off people from They're going to be laying off people from a larger portion of their major studios, including Insomniac, Naughty Dog, and then a bunch of their like creative and support teams. Also, Guerrilla and Fire Sprite are going to be having layoffs as well. And it's like, I don't know if I can boil piss at this point, Angelos. Maybe because like I'm still drinking coffee, but like, you know, we knew everybody was going to be doing a round of this. And from what I understand, like, the PlayStation London studio has been on the chopping block for a while. Like, pre all of this nonsense. But like, Naughty Dog's been making money hand over fist. And, what's Insomniac been doing? Oh, probably nothing, right? Where's Guerrilla been? No, what they been doing? Right. So yeah, I don't think there's anything to be saying. Like, I'm mad. It's the same nonsense we talked about like last month. If you're wondering why these are happening, obviously it comes down to money. But the TLDR is that because the last couple of years were so successful, this year has no chance of being as good as the previous years. And so the corporate world's like, oh my god, we must destroy as many lives as possible to minimize the damages. Like, as I said, I can't even bring up the strength to reheat the piss on this one, because same thing we talked about. Listen, there's a lot of bullshit takes out there, friends. Just remember, you do not owe bad takes on the internet any of your time or emotional energy. It's okay for people to be wrong loudly. And that the careers of a large number of online individuals only continue if people are mad at them. Okay, so that was the big one. So, there's been a ton of Pokemon announcements. I didn't quite realize just how many titles the Pokemon team's been banging out recently, and I'm starting to worry about them. And Zeke, good morning, Lotto, and welcome. Oh, well, thank you for stopping on by. Let me know if you want me to make you a quick cup of coffee or something. But to offset it positively, as I know most of the Longship have been consumed by it, or possibly even grasped, but Balataro has been doing very well. It's done well over 250,000 units, and apparently made $1 million revenue within hours of release. Now, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised in the slightest, but it is nice to see, and I don't know, one can't help but look at massively successful super corporation says, boo-hoo-hoo, we have no money. You know, there's no way we're going to make money in video games. And then you look at guy what made poker roguelike, just doing Mad Bank, and you're like, I can't help but notice that these two stories don't line up. Oh, it's impossible for video games to succeed now. The market is so crowded. We're so poor. Right. And here's the thing. Balataro is a published game by a very small publisher called PlaySim, but published, like, small publisher in the grand scheme of things. The creative individual behind it hasn't really spent a lot of time on other roguelikes or other card games, but just kind of wanted to make a thing. Well, Ludo, actually, I do have some jasmine tea if you'd like it. I can pop the kettle on in a second. And And what's interesting about this one is that, like, when we talked a lot about Baldur's Gate, we talked about how, like, teams slowly growing based on previous successes. And this one was just made a fun thing that people actually wanted to spend time on, you know? I don't know how well, say, like, Pacific Drive has done, but I hope it's done great, because it fucking slaps. Yeah. Oh, sorry, jumping back. Everyone was saying that 2024 will be the first year without a mainline Pokemon game since 2019. Kind of horrifying schedule when you stop and think about that. Oh, and Ludo, lovely to see you, albeit briefly, and to be continued. Yeah, well, it's the juxtaposition of how the industry is actually doing versus how BizDev is treating it. Because, yeah, no, Ishkot, Helldivers 2 is doing money hand over fist. Like, and I will always put my hand up and admit when I was wrong. I didn't think Helldivers 2 was going to be a gangbuster success. I was wrong. That's okay. I don't think they thought it was going to be as much of a success as well, because, you know, they've been having server woes on weekends pretty consistently. I think they've managed to get the server load up to about like 700,000 people, and even that was kind of hitting the cap on Saturday. But I mean, this is the point where it's like the ridiculousness of like the high corporate finance versus the reality of stuff is that it's purely because this year isn't going to be as successful as previous years. So on a pointy spiky graph went up, and oh no, graph going down. Whereas if you actually look at the bell curve of it, video games are doing great. Better than they've ever fucking been. And the bizarrity is that even though we've come out of plague times, we're in a financial downturn, people are still buying buttloads of video games, you know? Now, this is something that we saw during like the 2008-2009 recession, that, you know, in a time of economic downturn, people tend to spend money on video games rather than on like more singular experiences. So cinema's gonna be fucked this year. But while people are less likely to spend money to go and see a movie or go out and have a fancy meal, the idea of spending $40 on a game to play with friends is a much clearer kind of cost benefit. You know, there's no erroneous costs. You just buy a game and you play it. There's no like, are we going to get popcorn? Are we going to pay for parking? You know, what does our night turn into? But you can make a very clear purchasing decision with video games, and people do. The only reason I don't think we're going to see a huge board game or tabletop explosion is we kind of saw that, and it seems to have maintained a steady upward tick. But I mean, no, you all get it. I'm not telling you anything brand new. It's just, it's fascinating because this is all things that we knew, right? We knew that the dizzying heights at the peak of like lockdown wouldn't continue because it's not even a once in a generation moment. It is a rare point of like human history. There's no way it could continue. And to see all these companies looking around being like, oh my god, we're not making all the squillions of dollars now. Who could have seen this coming? Fucking everyone. But again, you know that's not how it works. I know how that's not how it works. They have to sit on their investment calls and say like, well, we've made all the money and this year we're going to make slightly less than all the money. Fuck off. Anyway. Like it is absolutely fine to be angry about this fucking bollocks. And once again, do not let arseholes on the internet bait you into bad arguments, alright? It is very tempting Oh, yeah, no, Austin, that's entirely possible. Usually those gigantic AAA operations slowly grow. So there's this thing of like success begets more success, and I've often referred to it as like, you know, battleship game design, in that the size of the game team grows over a series of years until it's this ginormous cobbled together battleship, and it can barely sustain itself under its own weight, you know. And these teams will continue to grow until they implode. You know, that's the heat death of AAA gaming spaces. And yeah, the cost is always really people's salaries. Like, that's the thing that costs money in video games. And the whole thing of the marketing costs spiraling is because the cost of running a studio has increased, right? So, like, you've grown this bizarre, like, super alligator, and it has to be fed so much on the constant to keep it alive. So how do you make the money to keep it fed? Well, you market the shit out of the product. Sorry, I'm mixing metaphors like a shitty bartender there, but I think you get me. Okay, so let's offset the hot-boiled piss with some good stuff. As I was saying to these lovely individuals at the beginning of the day, one of my favourite shooty gun bang games of last year got a new update. If you enjoy shooters, but are constantly bored at the same brown palette with, you know, white blokes with stubble, let me put forward Attica. Specifically, its Zone Patrol mode. Chapter 3 of it just released. It is a game evocative of things like, you know, Stalker and other like little bite-sized open-world titles. Actually, to be fair, it contains two games. The campaign is more evocative of Half-Life 2, and the Zone Patrol is this open exploration with some actual like in-world puzzle solving. It's so good. It's so good. I can't recommend it enough. It's fresh, it's weird, it's a one-person indie as fuck game, and it's absolutely worth your time. And Judica, jumping back, I think in terms of escapism, video games are definitely hitting a beat where, at least in my humble opinion, as culture has moved forward, we are now in the multi-screen state, right? Like, it's pretty common to, if it doesn't grasp your attention on, you know, television, it's pretty common to just faff about on your phone, right? Like, it's just the evolution of culture. With a lot of video games, they're able to grab your whole attention. They're able to engage you. And they do give you an agency in the space. Like, how much agency varies from game to game, but you are there, right? And considering the level of involvement and the variety of experience, yeah, I see what you're saying. Nick, I'm not sorry. I said what I said. Oh, and Navalis, Watto, and welcome. But yeah, as I was saying earlier as well, like, the depth and variety of titles we're seeing drop is so wonderful. You know, I was trying to explain something today, like, so here's what I'm obsessed with at the moment. Obviously Elden Ring, that's nothing real special, but I'm playing modded single-player Tarkov in my downtime. I've managed to get it flavor to taste, like, just right. I'm also playing Balataro. I'm putzing around on Nier on my phone, which I believe is going fully free soon before it shuts off in March. Or is it April and March it's going fully free? I forget. Oh, Rubik's, that's entirely fine. And that doesn't even count like the myriad of fucking brilliant games that have launched just recently. And what's fascinating is that we were at this point where, you know, people were starting to say that the sheer bulk of games released was going to, you know, result in like an overbloat and a downturn. A few people went so far as to say, like, we're moving towards another Atari crash. And no. At this point, like, the challenge is that the threshold of quality is very, very high. There is an expectation that in terms of either its creativity or its polish, I've noticed a lot of the Metroidvanias that get released on the indie regs aren't able to step to the quality threshold of other titles in the space. Yeah. Oh, Tilly, I want to talk about Skull and Bones. I want to talk about Singaporean tax breaks and how that game had to come out. Now, I can't seem to find the article, so I may be time traveling or slipping between dimensions, but I could have sworn I saw an article over the weekend about how the release of Skull and Bones has caused a spike in people playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag. No, see, MDH, that's where you're getting it wrong. Hollow Knight didn't make it harder for people to publish games. You just can't half-arse it anymore. Ender Lilies announced they're going to be doing their sequel. And Ender Lilies is a post-Hollow Knight Metroidvania with a gorgeous art style that did great. But I've also seen a lot of Metroidvanias that were just kind of meh. That's the point. You can't be sitting on... You can't be sitting on mediocrity at this point. Yeah, Hoffers, we've been hearing about the indie apocalypse for fucking years now. Oh. Honestly, friends, I'm thinking about what we might do on Saturday. I might just make some fucking cocktails. So, Indie Game the Movie is a tenner now. It used to be like $25, which I refuse to pay money for. I think we should do it. I think we should sit down on Saturday and watch Indie Game the Movie, because that was just before the so-called indie apocalypse. And I'm like, was it? Turns out, because we've never eaten better. Yeah, no, legend, I'm a fucking monster, but it's alright, I'm gonna do it to myself. Like, I would... Okay, so it was an article, I wasn't going crazy. Dom, I couldn't fucking find that article again. And I was sure I'd like half dreamt it, or I'd like slipped between different like time streams or something. Yeah, it's a terrible link, but thank you. Well, so Ishgard, and again, this is where we need to make sure we're thinking about the right signs. It's not an indie arms race. It's just user expectation per dollar is quite high. And you can't just make a Metroidvania and go, done. Sure, you put an original character in, you know, sure it's not officially Metroid, but in that sphere, there's so many other titles that do that and then some. Like, it does kind of come back to something. I mean, Nick, you and I were talking about this with SquarePeg over the weekend of like, what are you trying to say with your game? Can be a great place to start with that. With Ender Lilies, it went for kind of like a build your own combat like summon system, but also had this subtle undertones of like corruption. Like, Ender Lilies is smart and it's subtle, and when it drops, oh, it's good. Think about Leica Aged in Blood. Yes, it's a Metroidvania, but you go around the world doing bike tricks to reload your gun in slow-mo gun battles. Like, fucking hell, that's cool. Alright? You can't just make a Metroidvania. You've got to have something to it. And, I don't know. The reason I'm talking about this is... Okay. Now, this is where we get to feel good about ourselves.
So thankful all these witches have come into my life.
Yes! And Scarred, like, seriously, thank you for the bits. But I'm not gonna talk about money or nonsense and things today, but I just want to acknowledge I'm really fucking lucky. And I love the fact that we're getting to have these conversations in a place where people...
Where are you going to find a $9.99 to buy Indie Game the Movie?
I don't know! Where am I going to find $9.99 to buy Indie Game the Movie? Verdant Flow is not only the new Jarl, but has given me the tools to unleash villainy. God, it's going to be fun. I don't know if you want to do it as like a heckle along. I think I can get it on... Yeah, I can get Indie Game the Movie on Steam. God, I can't wait to fucking heckle J-Blow. Time to watch Phil Fish's life come crashing down. Look. The Phil Fish story is as much a cautionary tale as a whimsical one. Like, I only met the guy well after everything went down. He was like, I can't fault him for being a bit of a knobhead to me. We'd never met, but it was a different time. It's a different time. But yeah, if you've never heard of it, so this is the link to the Steam page of it. But so Indie Game the Movie was it's become a bit of a meme over time. I know the guinea pigs have very strong opinions about indie games, but it's a wonderful snapshot in time. So before the real big explosion of indie games, a handful of titles were getting featured on Microsoft's game. What was it? I'm trying to remember the exact term of it. It was the Xbox. It was Xbox Live Arcade, and Microsoft were going to be doing a Summer of Indies Game Fest. Thank you, Verdant. And Indie Game Movie follows a group of different devs, all crunching themselves into a fine powder to be part of this Microsoft-backed promotion. And the thing is that this was just before a few people like hit it real big. And then it was kind of theorized that, you know, Indie Game the Movie was a tipping point. Everything after that was the indie apocalypse. Yeah. Well, you know what, Austin? We should have known J-Blow was an arse because he was famous for responding to people's comments about Braid, like in comment sections across the internet. The running joke used to be that Jonathan Blow found something that's even faster than Google Alerts. But no, he turned out to be an absolute bastard. But that's another story. Anyway, it's a fascinating little snapshot. And the thing was, yes, the indie game scene changed after that. Like, because you gotta, like, this dropped in, what, 2012? But it didn't change in the way everyone predicted. There wasn't this big crash. There wasn't the death of indies. Edwin, to quote Alien vs. Predator 2 Requiem, whoever wins, we lose. Well, yeah, and you're right, Nick. It was a death to the old ways. Catastros, if I was going to insult the gentleman, I would definitely not resort to low-hanging fruit. Ugh. But he can go J-blow himself in a corner for all I care. Sorry. I lied. I'm not above low-hanging fruit. But no, I just want to come back to what's important to think about right now, with some additional context. So there was one article that crossed my feed. When was it? Yesterday? This morning. Okay, and it was the. Okay, let's talk about Immortals of Avium. Because we really want to talk about, like, having to step up, how mediocrity just doesn't fly anymore. I do think this is a really good point. Now, I'll give you the article here. If you want to sit down with a cup of tea or a cup of coffee and give it a read through, I think it's worth it. Because basically, the gentleman in charge of the studio, what was their studio called? Something forgettable. Ascendant Studios. Now, Ascendant Studios was put together by a former Call of Duty creative director, which should give you a sense of what that studio must have been like. Yeah, Nick, they had a budget of 125 million. They could have done so much with that, but they didn't. They made a bland, forgettable magic first-person shooter. Alright. And the whole article is absolutely fascinating. Because they talk about how they're the story isn't over yet. They'll learn more from failures than mistakes. And I'm just like, I don't know, mate, you can't buy a personality. 225 million didn't get you a soul. Now, Edwin, I do like that as a line. They couldn't succeed because Baldur's Gate 3 was too good. And this is the point where it's easy for us on the shamanistic side to know. Now, it is incredibly hard when you're inside a studio to understand whether or not your title's got that spark, that magic to it. Like, can you carry it through? And usually that's the kind of thing that you can start messing around with in pre-production and stuff like that. It seems like Immortals of Avium was built like a product. Not a piece of art, not a game. It was built like a product to sell. And it didn't do the thing. Also, I do like that as a descriptor. But I want to save that one for when, what's his name, just makes Bioshock again. That's another story. The thing with Immortals of Avium is it lacked a soul, it lacked a heart to it. It really did feel like a AAA Mad Libs. We're going to make an FPS with, and then someone scribbled magic. Like, as the hook. But it is a fascinating read. I do think it's worth your time. Alright, we're good. Sorry, I thought that was the indie police coming for me. Because it shows that it's not just something in the indie space. Like, right now, consumers have a hunger for games, but the quality threshold, or I should say like the interest threshold, is very high. You can absolutely sell something like Cruelty Squad or an Airport for Aliens currently run by dogs alongside, I don't know, trying to think of a big AAA shooty gun bang, but I realise I don't really spend much time there. But you've got your Helldivers, you know, your Final Fantasies. These all exist in the same space. But that means that, like, one, users won't forgive banality. They'll forgive bugs, they'll forgive rocky launches, they will forgive you for strange, janky, and odd control choices and what have you. They will not forgive banality because they just won't care. Right? And I don't know, I'm going by a lot of the press releases that I see. I go by like what's coming up on like the new releases list. Because so many of them in that space are just quack. Yeah, let you know, the worst thing a game can be is forgettable. And especially with Immortals of Avium, there was nothing to it. Like, it was bland and then it got softened. I don't know a better way to describe it. It doesn't go hard into the magic, you know? Because here's the thing. You want a pitch? Fine. First person Magicka. Go. Yeah, sure, you can cast spells from a first person. You might blow the fuck out of yourself, but let's go. They didn't do that. What they created was a lot of, you know, set pieces, a lot of spells that were shorthand for existing first person shooter mechanics that we knew. I mean, it applies. Sorry, just Nick was saying to be forgotten is worse than death. Freya, Final Fantasy 9. And like, the reason why I keep picking on Immortals of Avium is not because I think it deserves derision, but because it perfectly encapsulates this problem that a lot of teams have been struggling with and very rarely indicate. It does deserve derision, alright, you know what? But you know what I'm saying. No, see, Ehrman, I would disagree with that one in that it's not... that it's more about being prepared to say something, being prepared to be about something. You can't just sit down and say, I'm going to make an FPS. Because, well, people have that. What are you saying? What are you doing? People have time in their lives for a myriad of different kinds of games. Like, and if the things that inspire them are good enough, people will make time. Like, the thing that I didn't rave about over the weekend, which I was getting very close to yelling at some crusty old white fuckers about, was loads of people were raging about the Pacific Drive save system. And so many of these old blokes were like, well, I've got to put the children to bed, you know, I can't just be pausing the game. What about time? I'm like, mother... I know how much time you spent playing Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm pretty sure you've ignored your child through most of it. Don't come on over here. But that was the idea of perceived mechanics versus experienced mechanics, which we talked about last week. Well, what I will say, Austin, as a short aside, our friendos over at DreadX, the person behind the mortuary... the mortuary's assistant is going to be making a paranormal activity video game, which I think will be fucking brilliant. I don't know if there's too much to be adding on this one. Like, I think we've hit the nail quite succinctly on the head. But, like, yeah. Okay, so jumping back. I think even I've lost sight of the path. I know I was coming here with something to say, and now I got us lost in the woods. Well, Sigfigs, thank you for bringing me back on track a little bit. I will say, if you'll forgive me for being a massive shill, the IGN FanFest bundle, it's got a couple days left, is very good. Like, a little to the left, Loop Hero, Islets, Shanante and the Seven Sirens, Tiny King, and Black Book. Like, that's a series of bangers. I might have my beef with IGN as an operation, but love a good deal. But I think where I wanted to drive this story around to, and I think I can see the parking lot of my original point, was that, like, the game space has so much more room for success. It is not completely sewn up by these giant entities, and the things that you want to create and you want to put out there are incredibly valid. Like, I think you can fucking do it. Oh, well, hey, significant. Like, obviously, thank you for using a Humble Bundle link. I know it's a pain in the arse using partner links and whatnot, so, like, I really appreciate it. Anonym, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. I would say if that has been the case, maybe take the day. Just spend some time here, play something wholesome, like take a breath. Oh yeah, so Austin, yeah. So Hand of Doom was fascinating because it was like vocal casting, ist, Tarl, ist, giving the spells this real kind of weight, in that you could cast powerful spells, but it required like memorizing these complicated long setups. And then later on, as you learn the spells, it also allows you to move around the environment more. I'm saying, okay, so we want to take Immortals of Avium, we want to make it into something. Now, if you haven't played it, so Magicka, the precursor to Helldivers 2, I can't believe I'd say that, was a pretty simple, like, top-down shooter game where everyone plays wizards. But the hook is that the spells that you cast are a combination of runes and magic. The spells can absolutely combine. Hey! Ikoa, fucking thank you. These spells can combine, friendly fire is on, and winning doesn't always mean winning cleanly. Now imagine putting that forward, like, okay, so it's a first-person game, you're casting spells, but you start blending them together and you, like, melt your hand off, explode half the map, like, get fucking weird with it. Yeah, Austin, the core of Magicka is annihilating yourself by accident or your friends and having it be funny. Now, maybe you don't want that level of brutality in a large budget first person game. Okay, then make it about empowering the player to do stupid, fun, dumb shit. Make the player feel smart when they combine 4 different runes to create a laser beam that causes every set of genitals struck to explode hilariously, you know? Honestly, even though we talk about Immortals of Avium so much, I have to focus so hard to remember any points about it, because it's like that and the Eternals movie both blend in my brain for being the blandest creations. Now, perhaps there was a point at which Immortals of Avium was supposed to be a tie-in product with something else, and they were left trying to scramble an IP together. That's also possible. Oh, okay. So Captain Hillian, have a lovely rest of your day and to be continued. Yeah, okay, Deep Rock Galactic. There's a fucking example of like a first-person success out of creativity. Anyway, if you take anything away from what has become an hour and a half of unhinged rambling, it is one, video games from a consumer standpoint are in a great space, and the more we progress, the more there is going to be a hunger for weird and different and strange. You know? We're watching our friends over at Strange Scaffold go from strength to strength because they're making different weird games. Though it is quite funny the amount of times where Zalavir's like, this game might get banned in certain countries. Life Eater's looking very fascinating. Oh, a Catastros. Go get some sleep, friend. We're gonna get into some spooky witch shit in just a second. I don't know. It's important to me personally that we end this on a positive note. You know, right now things are scary out in the world of video games, and we are absolutely going through the churn. However, whatever state dev side looks like this time next year, it won't be the same as we had last year or the year before. But that, I'm not trying to make light of everybody displaced, you know. I know what it's like to be part of mass layoffs. It fucking sucks, and we are at a time of serious financial instability. In terms of the medium, though, I think we're going to see good shit. And my reckoning is this, is because back in the day, the goal used to be this: you work for a small, shitey company, you get enough titles under your belt, you then apply for, like, Blizzard. You know, one of the perfect, awesome places that has no flaws, and everyone stays because it's so wonderful. Now, the shift has happened. You go to a big, massive supercorp, and you serve there for as long as you need to till you can build up the contacts and skills to make your own games. The goal is to go indie, and a lot of very, very talented people and a lot of exceptionally creative individuals just got that choice made for them. And yeah, there is also that. Nick was just saying that back in the day there was a buttload of like mid-tier developers that weren't all working out of California. That is very true. God, even the UK had a fair share of these like teeny tiny games companies. But yeah, ultimately what is interesting is we haven't seen the people's hunger for games go down. Like, and for as long as the market is there, you'll know that means that games can exist in a commercial sense. Like, video games aren't going anywhere as a medium. And the Big Blue Heron, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Well, so Iron Imp, think about it like this. Bullfrog was kind of a precursor to a lot of what we're seeing. You know, it was a squad of people who worked at EA. But, hey! I was telling tales of the past so that we might learn the future. Jay, how are you doing? Krypton, lovely to see you. Watto, and welcome! How was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. We're about to go hang out with some spooky witches. If you want to come stick around. Wigglestick, good to see you again. Watto, and welcome. I was just saying that Bullfrog is a fascinating example of what happened in the past. That being that EA bought Bullfrog, and Bullfrog acquired a lot of people. It bulked out, and eventually EA started pushing it into more and more corporate spaces. So once they had the money and experience under their belt, Molyneux left, set up Lionhead, and stole all the good people with him. They got the resources and contacts they needed to be able to go independent. So J, which Fallout? And Factorio is always a glorious time. Fallout, that one. Yes. Oh, the original. Okay. Can I interest you in some water chips? Do you care for those? And Dustin, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. But yes, so to those of you who just joined us, we are going to be playing the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Keldra, Watto, and welcome.
1.5 years. Where does the time go? Less than 3.
It goes to the Time Eater, a gigantic creature on the fringes of space and time that just snacks on them. It's not vicious. It's not like a black hole. It's just a little snacky snack. The Time Eater looks upon space and time in the same way we might look upon goldfish, or those of you in the United Kingdom, skips. Alright, well, Jay, I shall do my best to keep your squad verily entertained. Have a lovely rest of your day, friend. And to my lovely lot, if you're not following Jetman J already, please change that. I've been really bad about shouting out friendos when they come on in, and I need to get better at it. Oh, no, Nick, that's Dave Time Eater, not the Time Eater. Very, very different individuals. But yes, so the game we're playing today is the follow-up to some fascinating fucking games. So, quick history of this little team. What's the dev team name? Deconstructium. Fucking yo. So they started off with a fascinating game called Gods Will Be Watching. Which had like a free standalone version. Did gangbusters. I can't remember if it was kickstarted or not. Then they released Gods Will Be Watching, and it received very, very mixed results. Mainly because like it was brutally hard. Like it was very easy to absolutely fuck up. Their follow-up game, The Red Strings Club, was more of a narrative take and kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit, just because it was a cyberpunk bartending game and Valhalla exists, so it's hard to make your own space. Now, we played the Red Strings Club. We streamed the Red Strings Club. Holy shit, we streamed the Red Strings Club. If you know, you know. And if you don't, I highly recommend playing it. Their follow-up title was a fascinating thing called Essays on Empathy, which I've not had the... I'm going to say... mental fortitude. I've not had the courage to stream, because that one is a series of like tiny vignette games, all different meditations on the concept of empathy. It's really good. It's really worth your time, but it's not a whimsical jaunt. Alright? And so that brings us to the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, where we will use fortune-telling tarot decks to change people's fate. The TLDR of the plot on this one is that We're a witch living on an asteroid. We got exiled because of witch reasons and end up forming a pact with a great big wibbly demon. So we might actually get out. It is a fascinating story, and while I have not experienced it firsthand, I know it very well. So that's what we're looking at today. Now, usually, I don't know, it's be a lot of reading, and I don't know how much we have in the way of quick decisions to be making. But while I was halfway into a bottle of gin last night, I decided that I have to stop being a fucking coward. We needed to play this. So, off the back of what we were saying earlier, this is a great example of a game with something to say. This is a game that has weight, and it's essentially an evergreen title. You know, gorgeous kind of like gorgeous art style that flicks between like a traditional pixel art and this like hand illustrated goodness. And Lost Flowers by Toe and Welcome. Also, again, the thing that I noted was looking online, the only peeps I know that have played this are all Longshipians. The rest of my industry friendos have it wishlisted or have it but haven't ever booted it up. So, you know. Now, this is a Devolver published title. It's got like 2.3 thousand reviews on Steam, which is very good. But in terms of how it goes, well, I don't know. Brace yourself, Mother Hubbards. At Legend, there's always the VODs. But yeah, we're going to be getting to that in just a second. And yeah, I probably shouldn't make decisions about what we're streaming while I am drunk as a skunk, but here we are.
I'm a big fan of cultural experiences.
I guess you could call this a cultural exchange. I said a cultural exchange. Feel free to tell me how witty and entertaining I am. Also, 69 viewers. Nice. I make myself laugh. So, boosh. Also, just one more time before we get started. Sadly, you cannot buy the collector's edition with a giant wobbly demon knob. I'm sorry to inform you of that one. I apologise for saying that was the case last week. It turns out it was only available as a one-off giveaway. So, for those of you that do need a soft phallus from creatures beyond the veil, you will have to source them elsewhere. I'm very sorry for that. It's not Legend, it's not coal. Well, you can demand them elsewhere, Dustin. I have no lines in this play. But let's get this started. That's very small. Ah, there we go. So here we go. Some lo-fi tunes to do witchy shit to. You laughed, Dustin. We had snow yesterday. Like, not even joking. How's that for a slice of fried gold, friends? Spiller, I don't know how this game's going to blend with melatonin, but I do know it's going to have a smooth kind of ride to it. And sorry, to my knowledge, this isn't voice acted, so I'm just going to have to read it out for you, so please forgive my terrible readings, is all I'm going to ask. I do think that this is one of those important games. So, even though I won't be able to give it the full shebang, I won't be able to give it that full voice-acted flair, I think it's worth going through, you know? Sorry, Spiller says the game's music seems fantastic to get sleepy to. It's the will that concerns me. Damn. I mean, while you're not wrong, scathing. I'll give it my best, Hamsternator. I'll give it my best. Okay, so, without further ado, friends, Vikings, Wiccan practitioners, 4 a.m. wizards, and incoherent numpties, I present to you all the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. Eternal Void! Heed the words of a prisoner. I don't know where I'm going with the voice. I beg of you, send me a curse to break this immortal isolation. Hear the chant of my mentor once forbid me to recite. The chant my mentor forbid me of speaking. Ooga chaka, ooga chaka. I can't stop this feeling. Deep inside of me. Stranger to my soul, invade my body. Invade my mind, and grant me the eye to see beyond my torment. Take my pride, my sorrow, and all my anger! Shining finger! Alright, apparently I've got the silly buggers about me, I'm sorry. And my chains. Turn them into power, wisdom, and revenge. Stranger to my soul, invade my magic. Become my faith. That's a beautiful song. Oh, feels great to be awakened again. I'm a demon from the great beyond, apparently from Yorkshire. Who are you? Big Shrimp. Fortuna says, my name is Fortuna. I am a witch. Aramar, why have you summoned me, Big Shrimp? Because I would rather lose my pride than my sanity. Big Beard. Harbour, sounds fun, tell me more! I was condemned to exile by the leader of my coven. Bad word. Today marks the 200th year of my millennium-long sentence. And I can't take it anymore. I need your help. What do you use as a clock? Humanity's cradle. Planet Earth. Oh, 200 human years! Well, that's quite some time, I feel you. I've been in prison for I'm good at maths. It's demon maths. For 5,402 years before you summoned me. I don't know what the Humble RPG Paranoia 25th Anniversary Mega Bundle is, but it looks cool. I'll have to check that out in a second. Isolation can really do a number on you. Tell you what, I'll help you. I shall become your familiar. Fortuna says, thank you, Abramir. Now, get comfortable. I'm going to seal a contract. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude. Actually, I mean, if we're being honest, I feel Abramir, or however you say it, would have more of like a purring voice. Yes, friend computer is your friend. Favor 6, the fact that you didn't call friend computer, and just computer, kind of makes me worry about you. That's a bit communist of you. You know, legend. Abramir's got, if I could, just this, like, luxurious purr of a voice. The idea that 5,000 years of suffering is just a mild inconvenience on a night out. I was going to go get another drink, but then I got trapped. Ugh, so tedious. You know what I mean? I am really thankful you freed me from my cosmic prison. Well, of course, you're welcome. Is something the matter? Well, it's not really. It's just, after all the reading I did about behemoths, I didn't expect your behaviour to be so, say, mundane. Whoa! Mundane! That hurt. I mean, you're still intimidating, but I always pictured you speaking in, like, archic poetry or something like that. I like you. I like you so much. I am going to let you pick the terms of our contract. You will still have to pay a higher price on my magic, though. Fortuna's obviously like, alright. How's that? How's that for a slice of fried gold? I was actually talking with with Fiona this morning, is one of the hardest things about streaming is sometimes what you'll hear in terms of the mix and what I hear are drastically different. And if Windows decides to change things up on me, or if the game has no real sense of, like, sound levels. Anyway, Fortuna says, I'm well aware of that, and I won't back off. Abramir says, alright, let's begin your training. The ceremony is 5 days long. Let me know when you're ready to begin. Right now, we are starting right now. You are already my favorite master. The first day... Oh. Sorry. To offset Abramir's vaguely threatening flirtatiousness, oh hey, actually a decent set of game development books on Humble. Whoever that was, thank you kindly. Fucking yo. Okay, so the first day is the easiest one. An interview, so we can get to know each other. Lesson 1. Admittance. I know I'm coming into this with like a grin and a smile. I played the Red Strings Club. I know at any point, this can fuck with me. I have the same giddy silliness as going into a horror game, knowing you can get scared at any point. So okay, Abramir's like, so, tell me about yourself. What's your specialty? Well, Fortuna says, well, I'm a fortune teller. Oh, one of my favourites! Would you mind doing a reading for me? I can't. As a part of my sentence, Adanana banished my tarot deck. And they is the leader of my coven. Wow! You must have done something really grave to get exiled and depraved of your magic. Fortuna foretold the falling of their coven. Ooh. Okay, everyone say it with me now. Ooh. Bleak. But how are you... how are your visions your fault? And Fortuna says, well, after my premonition, the coven was consumed by despair. Many witches came to me for counsel to prepare before the end times. Adana didn't like that. Adanana, whatever. Bastard features. Didn't like that, and she holds supreme authority in our coven. So she decided to exile me into this little wandering asteroid. Our leader determined that even if all covens must fall eventually, advertising their demise only pushes the catastrophe forward. Without even so much as Baldur's Gate 3 to play. Can I just say I really appreciate the fact that the cauldron is just a gigantic kettle. They decided their power posed greater danger to the peace inside their coven. So she concluded that I had to learn the reason instead of relying exclusively on my gift. So I was sentenced to meditate for a millennium, deprived of my deck. Sounds like someone's pulling some hot bullshit. Well, since I am here, I deduce that you don't agree with your leader's judgment. Fortuna adds, well, she was afraid of my influence. Many of our sisters put their trust in my advice. I'm sure that hag thought I was undermining her supremacy and decided to cast me out. Yo! Okay, seriously, friends, I do mean it. Like, thank you. I know it's a massive pain in the arse to go through partner links and faff about on Humble and whatnot, but it helps me out, and you'll get a whole bunch of decent games for very little, so thank you. The IGN FanFest bundle slaps, and yeah, thank you is what I'm trying to say. And Premier adds, well, you sure sound sour about it. Would you kill her, should you have the chance? Ooh, do we want to do a murder? Perhaps that's it. Perhaps I should take on the role of the demon, and y'all can choose our witch's path. When in doubt, murder. You know, as Avatar Kyoshi teaches us, murder's okay. Cold Ankle says no. If they're dead, how can they know they lost? Well, that's two apiece. Ikoa says no because we can do worse. All right. Vengeance is a specialty of ours. Alright, so we're not going to do her a murder. We're going to do worse. See how she likes the rock for a millennium. No, Krypton! Being against murder doesn't mean being against revenge. And Fortuna says no. Avramir says, well, isolation didn't eat away at your mercy yet, I see. Okay. I will help you recover your powers. Fortuna says, will you get me a new tarot deck? Tarot? No. Tarot. Fucking tarot's for nerds. I mean, tarot's cute, but it's too human-centric to really grasp the hidden truths of the cosmos. You will create your own deck with blackjack and hookers. Sorry. Fortuna, my own deck. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Leave the details to me. Gods. If I could do the Jeremy Irons Scar voice, I think that would be perfect for this character. Got a real kind of just listen to teacher. My vocal range isn't that good. That is what these 5 days of training are for. You're going back to witch school, Fortuna. And for this training, we will review the 4 basic elements of magic: fire, candy, ooze, and want to say ice. Austin only just now noticed the belly button eye. Spoiler, there's more eyes. Okay, so we have air, water, earth, and fire. I mean, sure, if you want to be boring about it. Fortune is like, no. Don't worry, it'll be fun. Now, see, Abramir's line there, see? Aikoa, that's the friend who, they're going to help you have a good time. Might not be a good idea, but it's going to be a good time. Yes, the 4 elements of magic: rocks, incense, candle, and booze. Oh no, and Favour 6. I'm all down for talking about Jeremy Irons in the D&D, in the OG D&D movie. He was chewing the scenery and having a great time, but his performance as Scar is definitely the smoothest he's done. Plus, you'll get to seal a contract with me for each of those energies. Now, get some rest. Tomorrow, we start with the invisible energy. Judgment. I mean, air. And again, friends, if it seems like I'm being very whimsical about this, I'm not taking the mick. I just know that if this is anything like the Red Strings Club, this absolutely positively has the ability and the power to destroy us if it decides. Emotionally. I don't know when that shoe will drop or if it does, but between Big Shrimp here... Kisa! Watto and welcome! Welcome to Big Shrimp. Big Shrimp School, no less. Are you nervous? Fortuna says, to be happy, to be honest, I'm just happy to be able to hear something other than my own voice. Try being a streamer. Well, that's cool. Today, we are going to talk about air. And Megaboss, that sounds like a Hitchhiker's Guide line, but I'm not sure. I'm going to focus on what will be useful for creating your own divination deck. Understood. Air represents the invisible, the negative space which imbues everything, like Twitter comments. Air is the collective subconscious.
Public service announcement, breathe air, it's good for you.
Do it. Air is the collective subconscious. Energy within the community, the ecosystem. Air is everything that surrounds us. Air is context. Air is context. Exactly. Master your air, and you will require unparalleled awareness. Friends, if I could fart on command, I would. I'm sorry, I know it's crass. And Scotty, what and welcome. How are you doing, friend? We just started. TLDR, we did some bad tarot readings and were cursed to live on a fucking floating rock for a millennia. After 200 years, we cracked. We're talking to Big Shrimp. How are you? That'll get you up to speed. We're going back to witch school so we can make basically a cool commander deck. I don't know what else you need to know. There is a power in knowing one's place. Even when isolated, you are one with the cosmos. And now, for the first part of our contract, we will seal our air energies together. As I promised, I will let you decide the nature of every seal. You just need to answer a question. But careful. Your answers will affect your fate dramatically. Fortuna just says I'm ready. Okay, for the air seal, how do you want to be perceived? So here are our choices. I want to be feared. I want to be adored. I want to be pitied. No, so Ian, we talked about that earlier. This is the same team that made Gods Will Be Watching, then the Red Strings Club, then Essays on Empathy, and then this. See, here's the interesting thing. Out of those three choices, no one seeks to be feared, right? And no one wants to be pitied. So adored seems like the obvious choice. But at what cost does that demon bargain come? I literally don't know. Like, this isn't a bit. I don't know. But if out of all of those, Abramar turns around and goes, "Why do you want to be adored?" Then it becomes a question. No, Iron, you're all good. I was just your game dev sense was correct. Yes. Vanderbeest. I do think that that's the route we're going to go. Hamsternator wants to be feared, so people will stop booking their weekends for him. And being feared is a powerful choice for a witch. Actually, so friends, very, very quickly, let's see if it covers it up. Okay, it does. I just need to nip to the loo very quickly and grab some water, because if we're going to be doing a full day of reading, I'm going to need a bevy. Not a bevy, but like just some water. So, chat amongst your good selves. We will decide together, and we'll go from there, alright? Just hold fire on that one. I gotta pee! Hello there. Thank you all for waiting. So, let's continue doing witchy shit! Alright, so... I think more people went for Adored than anything else. So, I'm sure there's no way this comes back to Lotus.
Fear the wind of the longship.
Oh, thank you, Danny Beast. Seriously, like, you all continue to put in loads to keeping this whole thing going, and I really fucking appreciate that. Alright. Fortuna wishes to be adored. Ready for an ego trip, huh? I'm on board. Inspiring adoration will allow you to gather support from many. But be careful you don't get overthrown by your idol persona. I understand. Allow me to seal our energies together. Fortuna. Fortuna's like, wow, well, that hurt. That felt good. Can't you feel the power? Okay, it's like, yes, I feel it. But I also felt like I was tearing apart. Well, girl, I am a behemoth after all. What did you expect? She was like, I know. I can take it. Good. Now, focus on that little bit of air energy we unlocked. We're going to use it to create our first card. I notice you have a ceremonial tokenoma for witchcraft in the basement. Head over there and I'll teach you to create some cards. Alright. Let's go do adventures and shit. Let's go do let's go make some cards and shit, is what I'm trying to say. Bloody hell. My brain's everywhere today. Oh, so this is one of the cute things as well, as I do think we get to design our own cards from it. Okay, so this is the Arcane Grimoire. Here you'll acquire magic images that can be used to craft your cards. There are 3 types. Spheres, for the backgrounds, Arcana, for the main figure, and symbols to add a magic pizzazz to your compositions. They all cost magic energy to summon. Right now, you can only acquire air-type elements because, we've only unlocked the air seal. Arf, arf. But you can go ahead and browse the grimoire and savor your future creations. Okay, so select the sphere. The Opera House, the Quicksand Graveyard, the Pleasant Prairie, Moonstone Temple, Greg's on a Thursday night. Jeez, this is... These are cursed runes for dyslexic. The Pay Ash... I'm sorry. The Javalina, Payash, yeah, nah. The Road, much simpler. Demonic Deserts. Sorry, Demonic Desertlands. And Austin, thank you for looking that one up. Of course, my little brain's like, that's a fancy way to say Magic the Gathering binder, but okay. The Shipwrecked Library. Reminds me of a friend. Chained Battlefield. War never changes. The Canyon... One of the largest and unknown stars within Behemoth was once imprisoned at the core of this red hypergiant. My word. Sunset Docks, that sounds lovely. Jade Monk Waterfalls. I think I got drunk there once. Gem Skull Belt. Belter Loader, I guess. Nomad Sky Caravan. Ooh, I think we can afford that one. The Titan's Quarry. The 100 Column Worship. Another unpronounceable place, but apparently is like a blacksmith's inside a gigantic skeletal structure. Vanderbeest, thank you kindly. And the Red Strings Club, a cursed cocktail bar that takes the soul of whoever owns it hostage in exchange for supernatural abilities to read their customers' souls. Yeah, that makes sense. The Forgotten Factory. And the Magical Post Office. Okay, so we've got 9 points here. So our choices are the Opera House, Pleasant Prairie. What was that one? The Road, I guess. Gotta admit, Nomad Sky Caravan sounds real good. And Magical Post Office. So... yeah, Austin, I know exactly the thing you mean. I've seen it in, media and architecture a gajillion times, but I didn't know it had a proper name. We've learnt that together.
Stop that incessant
Hey!
clicking.
Scotty, that's real fucking kind of you, thank you. Yeah, McWiggles, Sky Caravan does sound pretty good. And it looks nice. The best merchants of their galaxy, they couldn't figure out how to travel through space, so they tore away a piece of their homeland skies and took it with them. A blue nebula full of flying ships that saw the Milky Way. I love that as a concept. The idea of a race of mages that couldn't work out how to do...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Scotty, fucking thank you. That makes you and J-Post tied for the House Hunter... the House Hunter boards. The Cull... oh my god, I forgot how to speak. I'm already unraveling. For the House Carl hunting boards. Thank you. But no, I love the idea of these wizards couldn't figure out how to do space travel. So they just went, Sky! Put everyone in Sky. Then move Sky around like a big old sphere. Alright. Okay, so next we select the Arcane. This is the creature. The Seed of Knowledge, which looks like some hinky-ass berserk shit. The Harpy Herald, harbinger of newfound paths. The Herald has been spreading occult discoveries. Sindrial Lovers. Oh my. The Shaman. I'm always down for a good shaman. Pilot from the Machine Cult. It's a fucking mech. It's a mech from a cult. I am going to have a word with Mr. Devolver. This feels like a personal attack. Now, sadly, we can't get this one just yet. We'd need 2 more different types of elemental energy, but... grumble, grumble. The Gold Blower. Wolf Mother and Children. Owl. The Duchess of Solace. Whatever the activity, you're not safe. Pyre for the Heretic. Burn the Heretic! Burn the Heretic! The Banner Bearer. He's just a little guy. Forbidden Door. To Pleasure. Honestly, you open the door and it's just a week off with no responsibilities. And like an all-you-can-eat buffet at one end. That's it. Oh god! Oh god! Okay, no. I almost didn't read the text here. Okay. Witches found this door chained to the ever-expanding edges of the universe. No one's ever dared go through it. Once, a young witch looked through its keyhole and fell victim to, and I quote, a 7-year-long orgasm. Addicted, she went back to look again, and this time she exploded into dust. Red dust. Now, friends, I have lived a life. I have I have lived a life of verity, but I have never once exploded into red dust. Weirdly, it reminds me of that person that drank a whole bottle of THC lube. But that's another story. Indeed, Dave. I got the water for my throat. I didn't realise I'd need it for a reforming. We got a dragon. The Harvest Oracle. Another behemoth. The Purple Seeker. Okay, this has got to be a reference. The last coyote gunslinger out to hunt down scions of the purple blood behemoth throughout the vast cosmos. She feeds on their blood to extend her life in never-ending vengeance. Yeah, very like her. I wouldn't be surprised if it's an intended reference. We've got some deer folk. The deer folk paladin. The bartender. It's a bartender. I don't know what you want from me. An avian dancer. A florist. An astronaut. With moths. And the fallen hero. Okay. So our actual choices right now are the harpy, the shaman, and I think that's it. So the shaman is 4, and the harpy is 4. So the harpy is the harbinger of newfound paths, been spreading occult discoveries from coven to coven. And the shaman, shamans have been taking care of the soul and heart of many tribes since the birth of mortal kin. These mortals can grasp a blur of the idea we witches weave into the light of the stars. You know what? A little bit of executive control here. I'm going to go shaman. Yeah. And last but by not least, the symbol. There's a lot. Okay, so let's see what we've got access to. So we've got the Onyx Trumpet, Doot. Ether Wings. The Arbiter Book. The Dark Matter Bow. And that is it. So what goes well with a shaman? Does the shaman doot? Alright, Verdant Float, have a lovely rest of your day, alright? Does the shaman write? The shaman does not write. Does the shaman hunt? The shaman does not hunt. The shaman doots. So that does leave us with a little snifter of magic. And now, Abrama says, and now to build your first card. You can move the background, drag the images, rotate for scale, add as many things as you want from the side. Don't worry, it won't cost you extra energy. Put your soul into it. So we can have, like, basically shaman hanging out the back there. Or shaman off... You know what? I like the idea of shaman hanging out the back here. Flip it round. The mighty shaman who doots! This is real. This is very impressive. Check this out. This is like the drinking mini games in the drink making mini games in the Red Strings Club. To kind of almost offset our nonsense. I'm going to center that up a little bit more. Just a little bit. And then, I don't know, throw some bones in the corner, give it that that Magic the Gathering vibe, you know? Ooh, as many bones as we like. Well now. Yo-ho, some shamanistic flavoured nonsense. I will say, you're right, I could build a little calcium bonio. I wouldn't want to eat up all of your time, friends, you know? But, I do like the idea of just kind of double stacking it there. One of the things that I made no secret of this. One of the things I've been obsessed with for years is the World of Darkness Mage the Ascension book. Now, I'm pretty sure they've done other Mage versions since then, but in terms of like tabletop games and things, that's the one that my brain always comes back to. The idea of spell casting and things like this as expressional. The idea that, I don't know, magic is as much about imagination as it is about limitations. You know, the idea that spell casting isn't necessarily recited, pre-constructed spells, but, you know, creations of their own volition, you know what I mean? There we go. Give the eyes a little bit of a highlight there. Yeah, Megabox, the Vulgar and Paradox systems are wonderful because they're all about inspiring experimentation and creativity at the same time as being like, alright, you can do what the fuck you want, but there may be consequences depending on how violent you are with them. And Iron Imp, you're going into some very weird territory. Let's rein it back. Let's rein it back. let's focus on the game. Oh, it's just if we're doing it by controller. Okay. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with this nonsense right now. So yeah, we have the Shaman who doots. But no, so jumping back, and Zeph, Watto, and welcome. We're floating on an asteroid and developing powers. The reason I keep coming back to Mage of the Ascension, though, is very much this. It's one of the things that we can't really do with video games yet. You know, because... Oh, it's alright, baby boy. How are you doing? Hey, Amos, you want to come say hi? You want to come say hello? Amos is off to the vet in a second.
Not yet.
Not yet?
Just going fine.
Oh, poor baby boy. How are you doing? Yeah.
Hi.
He's in good spirits.
Yeah. I've been napping all day.
I mean, I guess that's the life.
Okay, well, let's go outside.
His little paw's giving him trouble, so he's been limping around the last couple of days, so hopefully it's nothing too expensive. Hopefully it's nothing that can't get sorted. It's just yeah. his front left is giving him real trouble. Yeah, poor little lad. Anyway, sorry. So back onto this. Let's just keep this stuff going. But I will say, if you haven't encountered Mage the Ascension, I don't know if there's any like really good YouTube video explanations on it. But if you want something that's inspirational, if only because it's something that's incredibly hard to do in the video game space, that's one to look at. Because, sorry, jumping back. We've created games that have build your own spell magic systems, but those are usually based on conflict or environmental. We still don't have a way to let users fully create things that could affect narrative so drastically. You know? Hell, Baldur's Gate struggles with the idea that one person can be in a conversation and one person can just be fucking around. That's another story. Alright, let us continue. Okay. So we've created our first card. The Elder Magpie. Oh, and Scott, thank you kindly. Okay. The merchant caravan spreads conversation. They save knowledge. They remember crimes. The sound from the trumpet garners everyone's attention. A hurricane of air energy will stir luck and call for the unexpected. Ooh. It means guided discovery, justice, prestidigitation, and luck. So the air elements lean towards relationships, community, and karma. Pay attention to your studies so you can tune your divination style towards the ideas you fancy the most. Love that. And Kakazi, I've always kind of liked that one. It's something that's been experimented with in a few different I almost said IPs. God, we've been talking biz dev so much, my brain's becoming rotted. But yes, the idea of magic being wielded, that you can wield it in its raw form, but casting is essentially like, casting and tools are essentially like the shaping and almost programming of it. Ah, yes! God, I'd forgotten about the will and the word. Hi, I'm half of that. But yes, so pay attention to your stubbies. Tune your divination style to the ideas you fancy the most. It can be tricky at the beginning. The only way to master it is through experience. Okay. So our first craft has been casted. Do you like it? It looks promising. It was a bit confusing. I prefer tarot. Looks promising. I like our card. Feels way more complex than tarot, but I can sense its potential. Good! Haha! We are only getting started. It'll make more sense when you try your hand at reading. We'll wait until you've made at least 2 cards, though. There's not a lot of prestidigitation in shuffling a single card. The 1 card draw. I'm sorry, you must be tired. Go to bed, review the fundamentals of air, with the casting of the honk shoe. Tomorrow we will unlock your water. Fortuna says, thank you, Abramir. Thanks to you, Fortuna. I will make you happy. I promise. Why does that seem like a threat? That doesn't seem like Big Shrimp. He is not made of stardust. He can grant you power, but will not understand your heart. Are our cards talking to us? Actually, so Rilu, how does Edding's work hold up on reread? Because I mean, I'm hella dyslexic, right? So it took me a long time to get into the idea of reading for fun, and I do think like the David Eddings books were a big turning point, which I didn't read until like my 20s. Basically, because when we moved into the East End of London, we moved into Oh, nippy boy. We moved into a flat. It had no telly, no internet, and it was a messy, hot London summer. So I just churned through the Bulgarian. I think that thing was like 10 books of like 2 sets of 5 or something. Between that and the fact that the corner shop did packs of those like Minute Maid ice lollies, just lived on those for a summer. And it really helped because Eddings' writing is very simple. Like, simple words, simple explanations. But I understand Eddings himself may not be a good person. Someone told me something about it, so I don't want to obviously say anything like one way or t'other. So yeah, so really that was okay. Oh, and Handlebar, congratulations. Because I still think it was the best one was the Thief book with the talking cat. That's the one that stuck with me. The rest felt very, it felt very Lord of the Rings for kids what can't read good and want to learn to do other things good too. Although I will say from the core set, there was a description of what would happen with a plague breaking out in kind of like a medieval fantasy world, and it was so haunting it stayed with me. But honestly, probably got to put. That's probably why I put Pratchett's writings on such a high pedestal, because that was a big part of transferring me out of like simplistic reading and reading for proper fun and entertainment. Oh, so that wasn't the Belgariad, the blue gem of make stuff happen, I guess. I don't know. There was lots of things I took away from Eddings' writing, which was like how to show the hardships of travel through the mundane, not through the fantastical. Like, the other thing that stayed with me was when they talk about how, while being chased and pursued, how they'd have to sleep without a fire and eat cold food on hard ground and stuff like that, and be like, fuck, that must have sucked. I really do. I promise I'm not just bringing it up. It was just more like, after I went through Eddings' stuff, again, well before we knew him and his wife were shitty humans, it was going from that into Pratchett's work was what like showed me the joy of reading. Because, when you're a kid growing up and you can't read good, it's real hard to take pleasure in that. It's real hard to enjoy what you're doing. Okay, so Aramir says, "O Fortuna, each day me cometh and teacheth thee. For the briefest, for briefest is the cosmos, and eternal thy grief." Fortuna's like, "What are you doing?" I thought you could. I thought I could get more in character to satisfy your expectations. Fortuna's like, "I'd rather just focus on the studies. If it's all right." Aramir's like, "Oh, come on! You're not the only one excited about being able to talk to somebody after eternal imprisonment. Loosen up a bit." So it says, "Abramir, let's go on the studies. Enough, I command you to focus." Or, "Oh, lieth familiar. Twain charm art we studying to this day." That's definitely us. Rilu says, "As said earlier, both the Eddings are dead, so no money goes to them. In fact, royalty from their works goes to a scholarship fund program at a college. So my reservations have lifted a little." Okay. It's amazing how punting terrible people off this mortal coil certainly helps towards artistic discussion. Anyway, so yeah, we're just gonna we're gonna lean into the cheese. Abramir's like, what? Colours me art thee well. Stop. I give up. Alright, now come here. Teach me your magic. Whew, even joking around doesn't stop you from being intense. Okay, focus, Abramir. Let's begin today's lesson. The second element we will unlock is water. Remember, friends, hydrate or die straight. Water represents substance, meaning, and the hidden nature of things. Water comes in many shapes: purpose, desire, and willpower. Water is everything that lives inside of you. Water is emotion. Ah, good synthesis. Yes! Master your water, and you will have the key to any heart and soul. There's a power in empathy and self-awareness. Fortuna says, well, water isn't my forte, but I understand. Ha! I noticed. But don't worry, I'm here to support you. Now, for the second part of our contract, we will seal our water energies together. Fortuna says, yes, please. Again, you decide the nature of the contract. Answer this question. And remember, your answers will affect your fate dramatically. I know. Okay, what is your innermost power? Innermost desire? Is it power, romance, or knowledge? Now, again, I feel like this is a group choice. I know what I would go for, but I feel like I've kind of taken on Abramir's role in this one. Megos makes a good point. Knowledge is power. You know what's better than knowledge is power? Power is power. Really was just, I cast romance! Ba-ba-chow! Innermost desire. Gundam! It is very hard when friends start getting into Gundam kits to not spam them in their DMs about it. I sit here so close and yet so far from what I wish to be spending time on. Okay, so let's have a look. We've got knowledge or romance. So it's between knowledge and romance. And I think more people have gone for knowledge than anything else. Although Rilu's, is that a change in choice for dating sim mode? Actually, you know what? I probably got that from a fucking Cersei Lannister quote. I had something resembling a breakfast. I've been smart today. Fucking ravenous. That's the only downside about doing these heavy reading games is one cannot really snack and talk at the same time. I mean, Rilu, with these games, you never know. See, the Red Strings Club was initially the story of a bartender with empathic powers. The Red Strings Club, gameplay-wise, is fascinating. That you mix drinks, not as people request, but you mix drinks that ever so subtly shift their mood one way or the other. So you're trying to find out things about people or help them express themselves. So you make them drinks that will get the right emotional reaction based on what you're talking about. It's very, very powerful. But also, you played as an android that made emotional implants for people. And you kind of hack into a place and do, like, number puzzles. Where this game goes, anyone's guess. So yeah, I guess it's between knowledge and romance. I think more people went knowledge. We could romance. So what did we go for? So far we've chosen we wanted to be adored. Adoration plus romance equals a lot of awkward conversations the next morning. And Edwin, unfortunately you are correct. But that's another story. You know what? More people voted knowledge than romance, so that's where we're going. Ah, knowledge! That is not a common desire. But it makes sense. Enlightenment is a mighty resource for a witch. And I can't wait to see what you'll make of new knowledge. Although, be careful not to stumble into one of those cosmic truths that are better left unknown. I don't want my favourite little witch to lose her mind. Now, Fortuna says, I have a question. When will all the contracts we've been sealing become effective? Immediately. I mean, they're etched into the cosmic wheel as we speak. In time, it'll come to you. And you'll be pretty aware of the moment that they're delivered. Fortuna just adds, I see. I can tell you one thing for sure. They'll come in the same order that we sealed them. First, you will get your adoration. You'll notice how people idolize you. Sometime after, you'll discover a new source of knowledge. And then, whatever you seal on Earth, and finally, in the distant future, you'll pay the price we agree on the fire seal. Just as a price, huh? Everything you've asked for will come at a price. I guess your summoning spell is forbidden for a reason, huh? Having second thoughts? Nope. I need this. Seal the second contract already. Alright, well, brace yourself. Boosh. Ooh, we got 9 this time. Fortuna's like, ah, my bones! Woohoo! Ah! Girl, you have power. Fortuna adding, I just hope this torture is worth it. Oh, it will be. Have faith. Right, can I make a new card now? Absolutely, same as yesterday. Head to the basement and let's go. An Angel Cleaner, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. So this is our first card that we've made in our scratch-built, it's not really tarot deck, a divination deck.
Fortuna DLC is downloading. Please refer to T's and C's before using these add-ons.
Thank you, Scotty. This is the first card we've made in our deck. The Elder Magpie. It is a shaman flying through space on clouds, just dooting. So now we have 1 air and we have 9 water. And I just want to make sure we have enough left over later for... Where is it? The mech. See, here's the thing. We could summon the Red Strings Club, which is 1 air, 2 water, but I don't know if we get air back, and I want that mech. So the Red Strings Club can wait. Same with the Monk of Idle Waterfalls. I quite like the idea of the Sunset Docks, if only to just mix it up. Because the Shipwrecked Library is kind of rad. A humble wooden dock cursed by a heartbroken witch. Legends say that anyone who parts ways with someone and sails away from this dock will never meet the one they left behind again. Oh, sorry, Scotty. I did say thank you for the bits, right? Like, just... I understand between a bulk of reading and my usual scatterbrained self, I can get a little bit absorbed. Just wanted to make sure I said thank you. Okay, and you're right, I do worry far too much, but unfortunately that comes pre-built. The Shipwrecked Library is the home of a water deity that collects every letter that was never sent and never got to its destination. Witches can purchase this lost knowledge in exchange for unedited poems or beautiful shells. Oh, Oh, okay. I want the shipwreck library instead. Like, I can't fucking pronounce this. Cool, great, whatever. There was a witch war, apparently. Take that. Okay, shipwreck library. Sorry, me making executive choices. Okay, so the seed of knowledge needs a lot of air. Alright, so we have to save 1 air and 1 water for the pilot of the machine cult for our next one. So, okay, let's see what we've got choices of. So, we've got the Wolf Mother and Children. A behemoth born of erratic retelling of popular tales. Every time a witch tells a story, the seed of knowledge absorbs the sediment of her words. And when the tale is narrated enough times, a mirror Belmoth will appear. The Wolf Mother now wanders the cosmos, adopting orphaned magical creatures. Ah! The Duchess of Solace. Again, whatever happens, it's a bad time. The Forbidden Door. I feel anyone having access to the Forbidden Door is an ill-advised maneuver. Bartender's tempting, but again, if we want a mech, we've got to save. Honestly, I'm going for going for the wolf. I might zoom in on the face though and just bulk out the whole places with like shitloads of cute animals. And last but by no means least, let's see what we've got. So we have the choices of some bottomless jugs. Glass trident. Swordfish liqueur. Look, I've drunk a lot of weird alcohol, and I'm not saying I wouldn't drink, like, a fish-based spirit, but... Oh, I think I've told you all about the saltwater eel stout many times. Ooh, give that witch a gun! Witches love guns. Oh, the Verdurous Mirror. Mirror shows a reflection of its owner. You can't lie while looking at it. Witches use it to find out if they are fooling themselves, which happens quite often. Snowcat Eyes. The eyes of a cat from the Crystal Nebula Dimension. I fucking love the Crystal Nebula Dimension. Let me tell you, fucking takeaway out there, choice. Earthman Dave, you did see an Obsidian Sledgehammer, but we don't have the tools to get it. So where was it? It was... there. That requires the earth. We might be able to get a fucking mech. Is that? They're extremely fragile and extremely dangerous. Now, I think the choice for us is between the mirror or the snowcat. I think the mirror, when twinned with knowledge, is a better choice. Like, I'm not digging these creepy-ass skulls, but, I think that's the play. Yeah, okay, we'll go for the mirror. Alright, so, we've got a cool beach. There's the undersea creature. Nice boat. Mama Wolf looking at all these little disasters. Okay. So, fancy dog. Okay, I get it now. Just gonna put some eyes on these little bottles here. Just give it some flavour for us. Don't even worry about it. And then we're just gonna cover it with cutie patooties. Like, I don't make the rules. I do kind of make the rules sometimes. God, I'm ravenous for some reason today. What is up with me? It's time for cutie puppies. Cutie puppy over there. You go there. Puppy goes over there. Little lamb's like, well, what's up? Or we just have two lambs being like, what's up, buddy? Best friends. Wolf mum's like, ah, beans. Where did all these dingleberries come from? And then flip you around, you get a little tiny wolf out in the distance. They're like, what's up, tiny wolf? Just slipping on some rocks. There we go. I like it. This is our little card. A card of truth and wisdom. And also cutie patooties. That is a strange, but... the coming of age. Okay. The deity in the shipwreck scrutinizes every secret. The love from the wolf mother is infinite, and the mirror dispels what isn't true. A flood of water can unleash hidden potential. This one means mercy, wellness, communication, peace, and power! That's a lot of stuff. Okay, so we've got the shaman who doots and the overworked mother of wisdom. There's so many babies! Why do we keep having babies? Upstairs. Megaboss says your deck is very kind. Make sure you don't have a toxic positivity deck. Actually, Megaboss, I didn't check the tarot meta at the moment. Is toxic positivity like the current best build? Because I've been trying not to like read too much into tournament play for. Excuse me. I'm just gonna go get a piece of cheese. My brain can only think about food right now. I'm so hungry. I keep making tarot jokes as well. just digging ourselves slowly into doom. But I have bread. Okay. Bless you. Actually, I apologize. I didn't hear what you said. We have share? So, Mega Boss, I just realized that with the shaman, we could have written words using the bones, and I didn't do that. That's on me. That's on me. And yes, Mega Boss, I should probably craft a card that just goes, ha ha ha! No. We could have written Duped. You're right. Okay, so Abramir says, you're going to read the cards for me. There was some Hawaiian sweet rolls on sale, so I'm just using that to bulk out the belly. Now, friends, it is time for some divination. Okay. Sorry, as I said, the one downside about streaming a game like this is I can't eat at the same time. It makes it a little bit challenging. So, Abramir is asking us to guide them through this. So, okay. A card reading with just 2 cards, huh? We need to test if these really work. So I'll do a reading we can confirm on the spot. I'm going to read your past. Abramir is like, oh, that's bold. I like it. I'm ready. Amos, you're okay, buddy. And I'm not cheating you out of Sani ASMR. I didn't make a sandwich proper. I just grabbed some sweet rolls out the fridge. I may have to, like, make myself a proper Sani soon, but we'll see how it goes. Oh yeah. If you missed it, Austin, our little witch has been trapped in this, like, cottage asteroid for 200 years. They were sentenced to 1,000 years on an asteroid. 200 years in, they basically cracked and have summoned this demon, which they really shouldn't have done, but don't worry about it. Abramir's like, you just enjoy it. You're among friends here. Okay. It'll be a very simple reading. I'm going to draw a card and place it on the spot to read into your past. Here we go. I mean, it's not the one I would have put down, but there we go. I guess later on we get to choose from the full deck. So, right now it just says, okay. Elder Magpie. You served many witches in the past. You have been tricked, tortured, or destroyed numerous times. You are older than this universe. Ooh, so depending on what we choose here, also notice that the divinations give us resources back. Well, so Dave, we don't know the full story yet. It's implied that the witch we're playing as utilized dark magic to be able to summon this creature, a spell they might not or should not have known. But on the flip side of that, maybe that was also the point we got sent out here. I don't know. This team, their writing is so good. But yeah, so from here, we can deduce that either they served many witches in the past. Now that gets us 2 of each resource. You have been tricked, tortured, and destroyed. That gets us 1 air, but 3 water. And you are older than this universe. That gets us 3 air and 1 water. Now, we need only save 1. Now, I kind of believe the middle one. You have been tricked, tortured, or destroyed multiple times. You have served many witches in the past, it just feels moot, you know what I mean? Although that does get us the most amount of everything. Well, so, Austin, let me answer your question with another question. Where do we get the cake from? Who sends it? What's an aluminum falcon? Okay. Alright, I'm going for the middle one. You have been tricked, tortured, or destroyed numerous times. Aramis, yes. Yes, I have. Is this a sensitive issue? Not gonna lie to you, it is. Given the nature of the gifts I can concede to the one who summons me, well, not everyone is as nice as you. Let's leave it at that. Who's been mean to Big Shrimp? We'll fight him. Oh, tell me a little more. Okay. For example, I have been summoned during wars to obliterate the enemy. And then, instead of paying the price for the contract, they just destroyed me. I can't deal with betrayal. It takes a lot to recover from it. There was a time when a lustful witch summoned me to help her gather a harem. A harem of hundreds of the most beautiful among the witches and fairies. Looking back, those were some fun times. But when the time came to pay the price, the witch and her 100 lovers cast a spell to break me into 99 pieces. They scattered me around the cosmos. Oh, sorry to hear that. It took my next summoner 10 millennia to gather all my pieces and repair me through the art of gluing things back together with gold that I can never pronounce. And that's where your golden scars came from. Yes. You wouldn't betray me, right? So far, I'm nothing but grateful. But you've got a great ally in me then. What was that? I felt an energy surge. It's your deck harvesting energy. Whenever you do a reading, you'll harvest magic akin to the card you drew. Fortune telling will be your main source of energy once we seal our pact. So I see. Alright, the cards work. They work like a charm, if I must say. You're a gifted fortune teller, my friend. Thank you. I really missed this. I forgot how exciting it was to dig into the secrets of the cosmic wheel. River, you're fine. River! Hang on. You better not be getting into the trash. No. You already had horror films. Go sell. River, go lie down. Sorry, friends. The owner is out of the house for 2 seconds and River's like, chaos? No, go lie down. Terror. God. I may have to make myself a sarnie in a little bit. I don't know what is up with me today, but I've got the hunger. And, like, I ate good last night. So... like, I shouldn't be this ravenous. Maybe it's the casting of the magic is taking all my energies. And the Avramir is like, I'm so happy for you. The Avramir is, I'm thankful too. We are just getting started. Now, we get some rest. Tomorrow, we make another card and do some more divination. Fortunus is looking forward to it. Good night. I'm gonna make some food. It's just, I mean, it's the age-old challenge, right? Like, any time away from stream while it's running is counterintuitive. And sadly, I don't have anything super instantaneous I can make. Food is cool. I do like eating. Dave was like, I already ate yesterday. It's not how humans work. I know. Honestly, if being hungry didn't impede my ability to hang out with you lot, I probably wouldn't put such an opus on it. Oh, it does ask, do you think you'll ever be able to love... do you think you will ever be able to love a being such as him? I wonder who's asking that. Okay. That's either lesson 4 or lesson 1. Strength. Okay, friends, today's lesson is about Earth. This is a powerful one. Wait, weren't the other ones powerful? Well, yes, of course. But this one is pure potential. Literally power. I'm glad to see you're excited. Alright, let's begin the lesson, please. Earth. How can I sum it up? Earth represents determination, empowerment, everything that pushes you forward. Earth is grounding, support, the source, but also the direction of your force. Earth is your drive. Earth is strength. That's it. Strength. But bear in mind that it doesn't only refer to your own capabilities, but also to the support of your allies. Sorry, I just looked back and Significant was like, could you love a being such as him? Well, you see, I'm into that shit. Someone always is. To master one's Earth is to be aware of where to look for potential, not to be drunk on one's power. Motherly love, loyalty, sisterhood, those are also forms of Earth energy. Okay? And now, for the third part of our contract, we will seal our energies together. Alright, come on, lay the question on us. Remember, once again, your answers will directly affect your fate. Dramatically. For the Earth Seal, what do you want to become your main source of determination? Love, the support of my friends. Conquest, defeating my rivals. Myself, personal growth and self-realization. Ooh. Well, that's fucking pointed. Like, I'm sure none of these answers will have any repercussions whatsoever. Yeah, I don't think we're on a conquest kick today, so I agree with Asari. It's going to be love or yourself. Indeed, Austin, you must choose wisely. So Zeph and Asari think we should believe in the self. Flowers feels we should believe in love. I mean, again... This is where these games get you talking about all that real personal shit. Because the desire for self-realization is always there, right? Like, it is a difficult thing to foster, and it is so easily lost. I am a person that survives due to the support of lovely folks, right? Like... So we're kind of like 2-2 on love versus self-actualization. I mean, if we were talking about the character is very much about self-actualization. So okay, let's go for that. Because that feels in keeping with our witch. A lone wolf, huh? It is the safest position to rely on yourself. I just hope you never break down or your willpower will shatter. There'll be no one left to pick up the pieces. And Fortuna just adds, I've come this far by myself, and, well, you sure look strong, I'll concede that. Very well. Now I will seal our earth energies together. Get ready. Kronk. Fortuna just goes, oomph! The power! Oh, I love earth contracts. Fortuna says, I almost vomited on this one. Yes, yes. Earth has a lot of pressure. I've seen other witches puke right after sealing it. You're fine. Fortuna says, I'm one of the tough ones then. Oh, you bet you are. You have been the first not to cry out during the ceremony. Although, we still have fire to seal. That one's painful even to me. Fortuna's like, oh no. Right, you can do this. Only one to go. Now the fun part. Let's make a card. Alright, tell you what, I'm going to get onto some card making, and then I'm going to get onto some sarnie making. And then we can have like a little snack and hangout break. Because, yeah, I don't know what it is about me today. I'm so hungry. But for those who didn't see, here's our 2 cards so far. So we have this one, the Coming of Age, and this one, the Elder Magpie. It's just Wolf Mum looking stressed out to shit. Now, Big Mech. So we need 3 Earth. And we definitely need 1 Water and 1 Air. So let's see what our blends are. Ooh! The Gem Skull Belt. No, so Austin, the mech is doesn't require fire, so we can get it next. The Titan Quarry. The 100 column. To Midnight. Watto and Welcome. We're making fancy tarot. Well, divination cards. So Watto and Welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in. How was your stream? Tell me your tales. Thofin, Watto and Welcome. So to bring you all up to speed, we have played the Red Strings Club. I've personally played The Gods Will Be Watching. I think I've played Essays on Empathy, but also my gin-addled brain is shot full of holes. We just started this, and we're at the Earth card now, making our 3rd one. If you need, I'll give you a little primer on the game, but just let me know where we are. As for myself, hello. I'm Will. I work and have worked in video games for over 10 years. If you want to talk about indie games and how they make money, how they do the business, the art, and the craft of these video games, then I am more than happy to natter on it. Okay, so Midnight was playing the same game and is further ahead than us. All right, so I'm playing catch up. Although I will have to beg your forgiveness in a sec because I'm ravenous and I need to go make a sarnie a little bit. But yeah, lovely to make your acquaintance. We've got a ton of water. So we could do the 100...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Andal, thank you kindly. So we could do the Titan's Quarry, we could do the 100-column workshop, or the Gem Skull Belt. So yeah, so it's a choice between... guess we've got the Moonstone Temple, but meh. Am I right? Ah, and Thofin, thank you as well. Oh shit, Andorf, sorry, I blinked for 2 seconds. Andorf, that's very kind of you, thank you. The Skull Belt does seem like an amazing place for a mech, not gonna lie. Yeah, alright, easy sell. And we've been saving up for this card. Yes! Alright, now what tools do we give our mech? So we've got the Golden Shovel, Cane of Sacred Wood. Lol. We have the Obsidian Sledgehammer. Jade Roadkeeper. Interesting, some of these we haven't seen before. And an Iron Golem. Just in case our mech needs a buddy. So, alright, it's the choice between, I'd say, Iron Golem or Obsidian Sledgehammer. Oh. Mega Boss votes for Mech Buddy. Alright, we'll do Mech Buddy. At midnight, thank you. So at midnight, did you play the Red Strings Club? Because again, the problem when talking about these games is they're so incredible, and you never want to spoil it for people. I streamed the Red Strings Club. I think first year I started streaming professionally. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I stream for a living. This is how I pay my bills and feed my tiny family. Okay, so midnight, you're in for a treat. I won't say anything from that. But from playing it, I came to understand how much weight a lot of these games have to them from this developer. Gods Will Be Watching is kind of a lot of like little self-contained stories, and at launch they were brutally difficult to finish. So. Okay, let's put our mech together. Not for now. Oh, I guess we've got to have a part of it. Okay. Midnight, so I've played Valhalla, haven't streamed it, and we did stream Coffee Talk as well. And Coffee Talk was lovely because essentially Coffee Talk's a visual novel with some fun bits in between. And Valhalla's great, but the Red Strings Club is a step above all of those. And honestly, I'm not saying this to be a jerk or anything, but one of the reasons I haven't streamed Valhalla is after you do the Red Strings Club, you're like, oh, right. Alright, so we'll put Tiny Golem face here. Tiny Golem! Oh, so many great places on the Cosmos, though. I kind of want to go here just for, like, maximum amount of cool skulls in one place. Like, as much as the gateway to Skullface is pretty cool, let's make it count. You know, if we're going to go to Skull Island, let's have some good times with it. But yeah, so Midnight, one of the things I do pride myself on is I spend far too much of my life looking into and keeping up on indie games as best I can, right? And that is definitely an easier said than done kind of thing. front? Or no, definitely in front. It's kind of reminded me of last BBS. Sorry, I apologise. I went right into my own little world for a second there, friends. Last Chance BBS was one of Zachtronic's final games. Well, for as long as Zachtronics are Zachtronics, but as I believe they're still making games, but under a new moniker now. But Last Chance BBS also included like a little mech builder and a bunch of other like cute little things. Oh, you know, you're getting a fucking sword arm. That's fucking cool. Woohoo! You know what? Fuck it. Let's get cool with it. Yeah. That looks way more tarot. Okie dokie. So Andorf, I'm not sure yet. The overall meanings behind the cards are kind of revealed to us as we go through them, right? Got a little army of golems here, just being like, "Oh, how cool! Oh, you're so awesome! Oh, I didn't realize I have all these cool friends hanging out here." Woo! Woo! It's not quite what I think we were going for originally, but I know. I'm having fun. I think that's all that matters right now. The meanings of the cards are inferred dependent on what we put together. So, Midnight was saying, I really want to compare our tarot decks when we both finish this game. Post some screenshot of mine in the Discord when we're both done. That's good with you. I love that. It's probably going to be a couple weeks. So far, everyone seems fine with me playing this, even with my less than stellar reading abilities. But I like it. Just trying to decide where to put our little buddy. Ah, there we go. Way better. Okay. Alright, let's see what this gets us. Autochthon. Arcana that is blessed by the power of the Gem Skull Belt. mecha pilots are excellent guardians. They are. The Iron Golem is powered by sheer determination. Excessive Earth energy can lead to immobility, and this means Alliance, Guardian, Ego, Indifference, and Stagnation. Oh, well, it's a Midnight. I can show the other ones we've made. So this was our first. This is the one we just put together, and then we had the Coming of Age. Wolf Mom is overworked, and then the Space Shaman goes duped. The Elder Magpie. Deus, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Tell me, what tales of the outside world? Abramir says, well, nicely done. Come upstairs and do a reading for me, would you? Alright. We'll do a reading, and then I need to make myself a sandwich because I'm ravenously hungry. We have 3 cards now, so any ideas on what to read next? Alright, so Fortuna says, I'm going to read your desire. I want to find out what your true intentions are. It's like, I'd be like, you want to expose your teacher? Oh my. You'll give me no quarter, huh? I'm game. Do your worst. Okay, I need to know for the sake of our relationship. Fair? Makes sense? Okay. Ooh! We drew the mech. Okay, so what is their desire? You would like to be summoned more often. You want witches to desire you. You would like to be almighty again, greater than this universe. You are deeply depressed. You yearn for peace of mind. Oh, buddy. I think summoned more, but like, oh, honey. Yeah, I drew the awesome mech card of tarot. You want a Gundam, don't you? So who fucking doesn't? I need tarot over there. I think it's the desire to get in the robot. You have pulled the Shinji Ikari. Get in the fucking robot, witches. Excuse me. Yes, hello. I can't help but notice I've read the notes for your proposed TV show, and it just says witches get in robot. Ooh, lovely. Oh shit, actually we've got bagels here. I could just do some bagels and cream cheese. That's quicker than making a sarnie. Okay, so in terms of our lovely demon villain here, I think that they just want to be summoned more. I think they wish to be desired. I don't think they want to go god tier, and I hope they're not depressed. I mean, often the funniest people are, but that's not the point. Alright, so I think Astamir wishes to be desired. You would like to be summoned more often, you want more witches to desire you. Says Aramis, you bet. I admit I have a strong fetish for witches. Oh, creepy. Oh, it's not like that. I'm not talking about sex. Excuse me. There is something tense and stimulating about becoming a witch's servant. Your desires are always so colourful. I just can't get enough of the rush that comes from satisfying a witch. Still sounds perverted to me. I won't argue. I won't argue that's never a perversion. I am lucky my abilities are so tempting for your kind. I mean, Megaboss, is that not a description of most patrons? Sorry, forgive that I have this on buzz. Fiora is currently taking the wee baby boy to the vets. So I just got to be ready to pelt Cash over. Hopefully it's not too brutal. Anyway, Yes, I am eager to see how our time together will play out. I predict that you're destined to stir things up dramatically. So Scotty, I don't know. There could be wrong answers. We won't know for a good while. That's what this team excels at narratively. Fortuna, you sure love drama. It's what makes existence worthwhile. Which is a bit scared now, actually. Oh, just a bit. I think I'm going to draw another card. It's like, what for? You're quite a difficult character to read. I just can't tell what your deal is. In addition to your desire, I have to ask, why do you behave like this? Why are you like this? What do you mean by this? Shh. Let the card speak. Okay, the Elder Magpie, the Doot. Why are you like this? You try to hide your depression. You want to be my friend and you crave my approval. You're trying to seduce me. A lot of air magic we got going on here. Sorry, a lot of water magic. I do think it's you want to be my friend. So Midnight, nothing at the moment. Just because I'm worried that I'll reverse engineer what would be the correct answers. But thank you for asking. You want to be my friend. You crave my approval. It's like, well, you don't mince words. That's just what the card said. Yes, you're the one phrasing it. Well, in any case, if this comes as a surprise, I would never have pitched a superior being like you needing validation from someone like me. I wouldn't go so far as to say needing validation. But it is true, I would love to be friends. I like you a lot. And well, I'm glad we could help. I really am. Well, nah, it doesn't feel like it yet. I'd say for now we're partners, best. But I trust in time we can develop a beautiful friendship beyond common interest. Or at least, I hope you don't just dump me after you get what you want out of this contract. Do I smell abandonment issues? Oh, come on. You know what I've been through. And I only told you a couple of stories off the top of my head. I've been put through hell. I just find it amusing to see the forbidden behemoth of legend dealing with such mundane problems. Hey! Personal relationships are far from mundane. They are one of the greatest energies in the cosmos. Air and water, remember? Oh, and Megaboss, go sleep well, to be continued. You went in for the kill with this reading, didn't you? That's my divination style. If we don't dig into the intense stuff, we might as well just have a normal conversation. Missus, well, you're absolutely right. I can see I won't get bored with you. What now? Well, I'm the one that needs some rest after today's session. Go ahead and review what we've studied so far and get ready for tomorrow's lesson. Fire is the last seal and also the most trying of energies. Okay. Were you the leader of your coven, how would you punish someone having summoned Abramir? Would you exile Service? Would you be able to forgive something like this? Or maybe you would think worthy of it. Maybe you would think it worthy of death. Okie dokie Lokis. Lesson 5. Conflict. Okay. Friends, witches, Vikings, and just the spooky inclined. I am ravenously hungry, so please just give me a couple minutes. Just gonna throw a bagel in the toaster and then but I'll be back in just a second. Please don't go anywhere. To be continued. Friends, thank you kindly for waiting. My apologies. Bagel was not an option, so I had to make a quick salmon. Oh. I just keep thinking about how we're definitely not in the paddling pool, right? Like, this isn't like an open world game by any means. You don't want me to say that, but narratively, this is very pre-shoe drop, right? We haven't hit the stakes of this game yet, and we certainly haven't met the characters, which we kind of know from trailers and whatnot that once we get into the meat of this game, people will come to us in our little, or will summon us or something along the lines where we will do divinations for them. But rather than it being divination, it'll have an altering effect on these individuals, right? So we know this is going to have some feckin' weight. Ooh. Lovely, Deus. Lovely. So Abramir's asking how we found the ceremony so far. Do you want to review any elements before continuing? Alright. Fortuna says it was fine. It's pretty basic stuff. Understood. What's the matter? Fortuna is asking. It was chipper as usual. Abramir adds, well, yes, I'm sorry. Fire is usually my favourite lesson. When it marks the final step before our contract becomes effective, which I'm looking forward to. But I have a bad feeling about this. That's odd. Based on your acts so far, I thought you had enjoyed the threat of dire consequence. Abramir, that's of course. That kind of adrenaline's my favourite thing in the cosmos. And what is it then? Look, you're right. Better stop dwelling on silly worries and focus on our training. Or sandwich. Sorry about that. Abramir adding, just moody for some reason. Fortuna just says, look, it's not silly. What do you say we look into it with our cards after we finish today's lesson? Abramir adds that. That might be a good idea. Hey, one of the perks of being summoned by a fortune teller, we can work this all out. With the heart of the cards. Abramar thinks I'm funny. So true. You're on. It'll be a good challenge as this final test of this new deck. There's the Abramir, I know. Let's do this. Need you sharp for the final lesson. So, okay, fire it is. So midnight, it was lovely meeting you. I hope you have an excellent rest of your day. We alternate the games we're playing on the daily, so tomorrow's Elden Ring, then Pacific Drive, then Sea of Thieves, and Saturday is currently under Quack. So yeah, hope we get to chat and hang out some more. Jeffrey, Watto, and welcome. The soundtrack to this is exceptional. This is some real, like, mystical lo-fi beats to do witchy shit to. Howling at fire. Now, this element is usually feared by most and yearned for by those with ill will. Ha, joke's on you, for I am the illest. Please excuse me just a second, dear friends. I have to do something incredibly mundane. But I will be with you in just a moment. Apologies for this. Okay, and we're back. No, Lizzie, it's fine. No assassinations required. Okay. So, continuing on, Abramir tells us that fire is more versatile than most magic practitioners think it is. Fire represents adversity, battle, everything that is against you. It is challenge, intimidation, the fuel of every battle. Fire is your wrath. Fire is conflict. Exactly. But don't just dwell on the negative aspects of the definition. Conflict also means growth. The only time fire is bad is when you're on the losing side. And even in defeat, there's a great deal of growth. We are a living example of that. Master your fire, and you will conquer anything the cosmos throws at you. Fortuna says, to tell you the truth, I'm more intimidated by water. I'm actually quite fond of fire. Maybe that's why we get along so well. Now, final contract. This answer will affect your fate profoundly. The fire seal. What will you sacrifice to access my magic? My immortality, the coven, the life of whoever I love the most. Alright, this is the price we will pay for this. Immortality or the coven? See? Immortality is a bit of an old double-edged sword. And the coven did... Well, okay, the leader of the coven did betray us. Ultimately, the coven will fail. That's what we saw. And ironically, it looks like the Coven leader's actions essentially created a self-fulfilling prophecy here. And Jeffrey, it would make us a betrayer, which is ironic because, again, we got exiled for that very reason. And Fearless, congratulations. Fingers crossed for you, friend. Fingers crossed. I kind of want it to be the Coven, you know? Sorry, forgive me stuff in my face. I didn't realise how hungry I was. So, with... Excuse me. So what happened is that we were exiled to this floating asteroid in the cosmos for, and I quote, a millennium. The reason was that during our divination, we foresaw the downfall of the Covenant, right? And because of that, we were exiled because even though all covens fail, all empires fall. The prediction of it would hasten its end. The only reason I'm hesitant on the immortality is that we've been out here for a couple hundred years. You know, I don't fancy dying on this floating rock, you know what I mean? We've got one firm vote for Coven and one firm vote for immortality. So let me know what you all think. Also, if this is anything like the Red Strings Club and stuff like that, there are many ways to go at this title. And so you would have a great time if you came back and played this for yourself. Zeph's on the Coven. Both Legend and Scarred were saying multiple playthroughs are worth. Edwin has decided that it's time to get in with new management. I respect that. So it's 2 for 2. We're split between immortality and the Coven. Okay, it does actually look like immortality is the one we're giving up. We're giving this a good few minutes. Okay. Well, Andeus, I wonder if that's the cheeky maneuver. Kind of gets us out of our pact, you know? Whatever we choose here, we will regret. But again, I did say the choice was going to lie with your lovely selves, and so immortality is the price for cool magic. Do this like them elves do. Okay, wow. Are you sure about that? You'll live a maximum of another 60 years after you pay the price. Plus, you won't be able to live in space anymore. You'll have to go down to Earth and live among the humans. you want to reconsider. I don't want to live among people. People are the worst. Yeah, people do have coffee. And dags. And takeaway. Alright. Your point has been made. Now, this is our final answer. This is our final answer. Abramir just says, as you wish. I will etch your decision into the cosmic wheel. Pray it doesn't break you apart when the time comes to pay the price. Brace yourself! Hadouken! Can't breathe! This is pain! It burns! It's breaking my arms apart! I love it! Oh, so good! Abbott, help! Fortuna? Oh, you gave up immortality and then fucking died. Okay. It's our own little, like, anime intro. We didn't get to make our final card. Complete Abramir's ceremony. Wake up! Fortuna, wake up. Here we go. Chapter 1. Arbitrage. Fortuna's like, what happened? Alright, sorry. I had to wake you up. You've been asleep for a couple of days. You dropped dead after we sealed the fire contract. Well, it might be a bit too much, so I let you rest. Fortuna's like, I feel dizzy. I had the weirdest dream. Oh, yeah? What was that dream about? Can't remember. It felt premeditated. Oh, I feel bad for waking you up, but you have some business to attend to. She's like, what do you mean? Well, look at the window. You've got a visitor. Falcon. It's a familiar from Arbiter. What's an Arbiter? The Arbitrage Office is an organisation composed of former witches, unaffiliated with any coven, that ensures no witches operating outside the laws of the magical pact. Ah, shit, it's the fucking Popo. They also rule over conflicts between different covens, rarely interfere with internal affairs. It was founded 4,000 years ago. Kind of makes sense you don't know them. Ah, yes, this happened during my slumber. Why were they created? Well, both the Arbiters and the Magical Pact were created after an especially bloody witch war. Which war was that? I bet I'm the first person to make that joke. That ended with the Coven burning 86 witches inside of a white star. No big fucking deal. Brutal. Brutal. To avoid future atrocities, some witches vowed to stop using magic and focus exclusively on keeping the peace. In the beginning, it was a group of devotees who wanted to avoid tragedy, but now it's mainly composed of outcasts that have to serve the Arbitrage Office as a lifelong punishment. Wow! Things have gotten a lot bleaker since I was put to sleep. Fortunately, it's happened before my time, but I'm more afraid of having witch wars than witch cops. And what do you think the Arbiter wants? Or maybe they noticed I summoned you? That's impossible! My arts are untraceable! My beats, impeccable! These eyebrows, literally flaming. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's invite her over. Sure, I'll make myself invisible when you get a visit. And you have some energy pooled from stealing the fire contract in case you wanted to expand your deck before inviting the Arbiter over. Plus, I still owe you a reading. Anyway, there'll be time for that. Sorry, the Abria was just saying, like, we'll do the reading later. We'll look into what worries you eventually. If I could escape you. Alright, so we could talk to the witch cops, but I'd rather have another card in our deck first, if I'm being honest. Fucking cops. We're in the heart of deep space doing space witchy shit. Oh yeah, just for those of you who may have just joined us, this is our current setup. We have the Auto Cthulhu, our mech. We have Wolf Mum is overworked, and Space Shaman Doots. Okay, so we need a strong fire card. Now we've got enough energy now pretty much to do what we want. Like, we could do a red strings. We don't have much earth energy, but we have shit tons of fire and water. I guess don't really combine too much. And the quicksand graveyard just seems miserable. So we got this one, Demonic Desertlands. Like, that looks pretty fucking cool, right? We've also got the Charred Battlefield, which seems a little bit bleak. A whole ass fucking star. A red supergiant. Oh, the City of Blacksmiths. Like, we could just make the red strings card. I don't know how many cards we're allowed to craft, but we might have enough energy afterwards to make the red strings club. If we focus on... Okay. You know what? I want the Demonic Desertlands. I'm sorry. I'm being pushy here, but... Okay. So we need to save at least a little bit of air. Okay, the Duchess of Solace might actually be the one we want to go for, because it predominantly uses... fire. Either that or the Fallen Hero. Alright, so do we want hero with shitloads of weapons, or do we want fighty murder top? Oh, you're right. No, we don't have enough for Fallen Hero. Sorry. So our choices really are... we can't do the Banner Burner because we need that. I guess the Duchess is coming out. Alright. Heart the cards and all that. And what is the Duchess's tool? Maybe the asteroid? Ooh, Ruby Landel Camp. The Ruby Candle Lamp was what I meant to say until I tripped over all my words. Oh, Burning Saber. Okay, although if we do Burning Saber, we're basically fucking Which rifle or Burning Saber? Burning Saber basically turns this into a fucking Dungeon Keeper reference. But which, the Hunter Witch rifle... does seem fucking awesome. So yeah, we've got a choice between Fire Sword and Gun. Or I guess Ruby Lantern. You're a split on this one. Sorry, you already voted for Saber. Oh, there was a whip, but the whip uses something that we need for the Red Strings Club, I think. Actually, we might have enough left over to do the Red Strings Club after this one. I like Witch with a Gun. However, the Fire Whip of Dominance combined with the other one is... I mean, it's very on the fucking nail, but... Yeah, essentially, Zeph, we're basically crafting a demonic BDSM card. Okay, so we got whip, we got sword, we've got gun. I don't think it's the right character for gun. Alright, so it's between whip and sword. What do you reckon? Alright, one for whip, one for sword. Let's get stabbing. That's 2 for sword. Very droll, Andor. Very droll. Make your voices heard! Gotta choose some shit! Alright. We'll go for sword. Because the whip's just too on the nose. And Kestrel, Watto, and welcome. Okay. That's pretty cool. We've got some flamey spots. How goes it, Kestrel? I kind of want Big Skelly in the background though. Greetings, it's me, Tony Megalovanian. I got a fucking great big sword. Flaming sword? Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Just do the old super fire. But yeah, so Kestrel, how goes it? And you're right, we did just start this. I've been meaning to play this for ages, I'm sure I told you. I just... This is one of those games that I've been kind of, I wouldn't say afraid of, but... Like, I remember what the Red Strings Club did to us. And it's been... it's been hard trying to get away from that... Ah, okay, so that's got to be there. Alright, you can pretend to be a little cute tent in the distance. Oh, no! Well, give Little Bear our best. I hope they're feeling better. Well, as soon as. But, oh, no. That's not fun at all. Yeah, Austin, the Red Strings Club stayed with us. So... As I've said like a few times today, I was many beverages in deep last night when I finally decided, like, you know what, I've been a coward. Been a coward. I need to stop avoiding this game. I need to. Give it an honest to goodness go, because I've definitely not. It's a combination of, like, it's a lot of reading, and this game probably hits like a half a brick in a sock. But it's one of those games that's, I don't want to say important, but this thing's definitely got teeth. You know what I mean? Anyway, fiery mean lady is a go. Heatwave means temptation, rejection, bad omen, leadership purpose, rivalry, and tragedy. The White Sands curse this card. The fairy is a gateway to corruption, but also strength. Those who forget the safe word will be consumed by tragedy. Disable a channel's wrath. Feckin' brilliant. Now, do we have enough to create what I wanna, which is the Red Strings Club? Possibly. Darn it. We don't quite have enough to make the Red Strings Club, so we need a little bit more water. But yeah, so to Kestrel, Fearless, and all of you who have joined us this evening, I hope you are doing splendid. I don't really have too much to report over here. Wee baby Amos went to the vets today, so a little guy's been limping around a little bit for the last day and change. So hopefully he's all right. I'll know more when Fiona and Amos get back. Honestly, I've just been, I would say, as mentioned earlier, I've been kind of back on some bad habits the last couple of days, which I'm trying to shake. But oh, lovely. A cave taser. It's the most powerful kind. Actually, I did watch a little bit of Jakku playing The Forest, or sorry, Sons of the Forest, the sequel. And some of the monsters in that are horrifying. And Asari, this is definitely one you're going to want to pick up for yourself. Like, no matter how much of this we do, there's going to be so much which would be, a tale all your own. Anyway, the witch cops have contacted us. Kestrel was saying, "Oh, we're using the traffic system or individual safe words?" To which Cowler responded with, "No, we're using the traffic system, which goes pothole, pothole, pothole." Bravo. Okay, so what's up? What's up, strange burb? Dear Fortuna, my name is Thea, and I write to inform you of the Arbitrage Office. Your personal situation caught the attention of my superiors, who tasked me with reviewing your case. I would like to interview you regarding your exile and write a plea to your coven's leader to revisit your case if we judge the punish to be excessive. Yours faithfully, Thea. Invite or not yet? I don't have much faith in witch cops, but I'll definitely take suggestions. Actually, Austin, I haven't checked in on Tactical Breach Wizards. I feel like that game's been in development for as long as I have known time. I hope it's doing well. Legend says not yet, simply put it off for now. This is a mandatory visit. Let's put it off for now. Oh, so it's if we want to go and make more cards. Alright, come on. Witches in space! Flying through your window. Thea says, oh, hey! Thanks for coming. My name is Thea. Arbiter badge 210. I'd love that for you. Thank you for coming, Arbiter. I really appreciate the office paying attention to my case. I've been isolated for 200 years so far. Thea said that's precisely why I'm here. The Arbiter's office recently discovered your situation. We're worried it may go awry for the community. Excessive punishment begets rancor. And 1,000-year-long exile? Perfect recipe to build up a lot of bad blood. And we know what a witch can do with a surplus amount of bad blood. Especially if it's stored in jars. I'm here to help you, says Thea. Let me know about your case and we'll look for a way to make you feel better. Fortuna says thank you. Thea says I already had a meeting with Adanda, the leader of your witch clan. They told me that you predicted the fall of your coven. She explained to me that she didn't punish you for that, though. She punished you because of how you handled it. Apparently, you plunged the coven into chaos, giving ill advice to any witch, telling them to prepare for the end times. And those actions almost destroyed the coven before its time. So she decided to exile you and deprave you of your deck so you can meditate on the range and meaning of your powers. This seems like a totally rational and normal response. Fucking grumble, 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 grumble. Now, that's the official version. I'm interested in what you have to say. Do you think what you did was wrong? No. A premonition that grave should be disclosed with the community. You don't agree with your leader's judgment. Is that not dangerous per se? That is not dangerous per se, but a bad ingredient to add to the point of imprisonment. Fortuna says, what would you have done then, if the end were nigh, and you'd like to know, right? Thea says, I should give my opinion. I have to act as a neutral party. Yeah, you said some bad things. 1,000 years jail. Meditate on that. Yeah, boss witch is a boss bitch. Fighty. Next question. Do you think your punishment is fair? Absolutely not. It's cop out one word or two. This is way too excessive. Hardly anyone would accept this kind of sentence. How are you coping with the sense of isolation? This is horrible, please help me. At first it was hard, but now I think I can manage. It's time to lie. At first it was hard, but now I think I can manage. Well, wow, you are strong. See what I do to improve your situation. I can leave less worried about you doing something drastic, right? Oh, yes, totally. I'm not going to do anything drastic. Shoving Demon Lord down into the fucking basement. Shut up! Don't you back me out. I still understand why Adenda deprives you of your tarot deck. I mean, if you're isolated, what does she care if you have your magic or not? Fortuna said that's something I'm supposed to reflect on while exiled. It's a pity, because I'd love to have my fortune read. Anyway, before I leave, as an arbiter, I'm obliged to ask, anything to confess? Actually, I'm crafting a new deck for divination. Oh, wow! That's bold. But I don't think what you're doing is illegal. Maya Dand, I'm going to keep saying it wrong, took your tarot deck from you, but she doesn't have the authority over your new creations yet. Fortuna says, I'm sure you won't be happy to hear it, though. You don't need to report that, right? Like, I trust in the neutrality? Of course. Unless you break the magical pact, or it becomes relevant during the trial, we won't disclose sensitive information from our investigation. I've been doing crimes! I've been doing crimes in space! You left me alone for 200 years. The fuck did you think was going to happen? Knitting? In any case, what I'm crafting isn't a tarot deck, it's something new. Oh, really? Can I see it? Would you like a reading? Ahem. As an arbiter, it is my duty to make sure that your new project doesn't break magical pact. So, I'd love a reading. Thank you very much, please. Yes. Alright, be my pleasure. Okay. Is there something you want to ask the deck? Thea says, what's the future regarding my career as an arbiter? I'm going to draw 2 cards for you. The first one to look for opportunities and good omens. And the the second one for possible challenges and adversaries. Oh. That sounds scary. Would you prefer not to know? He's like, no, please, go ahead. Alright, here we go. So this one is Guide, Discovery, Prestidigitation, and Luck. I think that's definitely the good. This sparkly-eyed lavender cop definitely believes in justice. You'll make a very important arrest. It'll be someone from my coven. You're going to play a crucial role in the future politics within the witch community. I think they're going to play a crucial role. You're going to play a crucial role in the future of witch politics. What? I shouldn't. We arbiters are a neutral party. Hey, maybe it's something that falls in your line of duty. Maybe your splendid job as an arbiter puts something mishappened back on track. I don't know. But Thea's just having a little best time. We might have found the one good witch cop. Alright, this is all speculation. But what the cards let me see clearly, specifically, is who will play a crucial role in the future. And they say, aha! A pressure! Okay, I'm looking forward to it! Oh yeah, no, Austin, we could have caused some serious problems. Kind of wish we'd pulled something else, but... Well, you can't win them all. So the bad is... Don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. Alright. Don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. So, oh, that's it. What can I say? Some people are born under a lucky star. Wouldn't call myself a lucky person, though, but if I was, I wouldn't have ended up as an arbiter. Why do you say that? Aren't you happy? Well, I do enjoy my job, but I didn't willingly become an arbiter. I miss so many things from being a normal witch. Like, dating and all that, you know? I'm sorry. It's alright. It's what I deserve. Can I ask why? Actually, you can't. The arbiter's background is classified. Oh, okay. Well, anyway. Happy to know nothing grave will happen in my near future anyway. Thank you. And yeah, no, Austin, we could have come out the gates swinging, and you noticed that we would have gained fire magic for doing that. I'm just trying not to put the... I'm trying not to put the dukes up too quickly. And hey, getting a boring future is a pretty good, like, pull. Your future will be uneventful and happy. Fucking brilliant. AAA S-tier foil pull. Oh yeah, no, Austin, also same. It's like the yeah, it is Crescent Moon. It's rather good. I want to be adored. That was amazing. And a bit scary, but mostly amazing. Well, thank you. Your gift can be a very valuable asset for our office. It's a crime that you're imprisoned here. It's witch cop humour. Well, I shouldn't position myself in such matters. At least not that strongly, anyway. Any case, it's the objective truth that your skills are wasted in this Forsaken Rock. Now, as an arbiter, I can't simply overrule any sentence, but I'm going to lift her ban on visitation. Oh, wow, you can really do that? I just requested a permit from the main office. It'll become effective as soon as my Arbiter's notebook gets updated with the moon stamp. Arbiter's forms are updated in the Master Grimoire as soon as my pen touches the paper. All of what I've written so far is already in the office archives. You girls sure are efficient. There are witch covens all around the universe. We can't afford to be travelling back and forth to the Moon Temple all the time. The Moon Temple! Where's that located? On the moon! Makes sense. And it's official. You can now receive guests on your cute asteroid home. Oh, that makes me happier than I can express. Thea just says, you deserve this. I'm just happy to ease your pain. Thank you so much. Theatre says, just doing my job. Do you want me to let your coven know? Just Jasmine and Dahlia for now. I'm not ready to go public yet. It's been 200 years. Sorry. S tier foil pull. You're welcome, Scotty. You can have that one for free. Edwin, someone did in fact say grimoire! And yes, Scotty, the magical world is running everything on the cloud. We're doomed. We're all doomed. Alright, I'll send a falcon to each of them, and thanks again. Now I should be going. It's been a pleasure to meet you, and thanks for the reading. Take care. Let me know if there's any trouble. Bye! Cutie witch away! Oh. Chapter 2. The Making of a Witch. Patrice says I had a 5-minute long orgasm. We're not even saying hello anymore, right? We're just going straight to the... Okay. Fortuna's, no way. You're shitting me. How do you know it was 5 minutes? Were you counting? Patrice says, I swear. I don't know what he did to me. I pushed him away when I started coming. Rolled up a cigarette and smoked it while watching me squirm. And when he put it away, I was still fighting the last spasms over the carpet. This is why you put down towel! I miss when we used to just start conversations with hello. How are you? How's the kids? Read any good books lately? Not, I just shook my legs raw for 5 minutes. Alright. Eva's so jealous. I want to have a super orgasm too. We all do, Eva! We all do! Try not to bang the table. Like, how did he do it? It's a jutsu. Well... It's... Oh, god damn it, my brain. Okay. So you can read that as clear as I can. And I quote, he put his special toy in my butt. The problem is, my brain immediately went to fucking Voltron. I don't know why. I don't know why. I worked with a person that used to have a Thomas the Tank Engine Voltron figure on his desk. It's all the different engines that transform together to make Voltron. And that's where my fucking brain went. It's too spiky, Kestrel! Look, I'm sorry, okay? Edwin, it's more likely than you think. It's just where my brain went. I'm sorry. I don't mean to take the fun out of the kinkiness of this all. And see, it keeps going, because then Voltron played a major role, but I think it was a combination of many factors. Shitaru, I'm so sorry. Of all the fucking times.
Could be worse, could be Chew Charles.
I'm so sorry. I will cast to negate hotness. It's very effective. And Scotty, thank you for the bits as well. It could have been a combination of the incense, the cocktails he prepared, the music, the smell of the sea. The planets just aligned. What can I say? So cool. Hearing about your sex adventures is so much fun. You should write a book. Problem is, again, on the subject, I've been reading fucking Garth Marenghi. And the opening is about him having sex with a sentient, demonic typewriter. And it is the dumbest, funniest shit ever. And my brain immediately went there. Hearing about your sex adventures is so fun. You should write them down. Patricia's like, I'll keep it between us. I don't want everybody to discover that I am, in fact, sex goddess. Imagine dealing with those slimy middle-aged guys in the office. Very true, true. Alright. You should calm down with the sex goddess stuff a little, or you'll end up finding trouble. More trouble, I mean. She says, oh, come on. It's been a couple of scares. What's life if not... what is life for if not to enjoy ourselves? Scotty, actually, I think that Garth Marenghi got it after Naked Lunch. You need to find someone half as good as me to understand the good sex you've been missing out on, dear. You. Gotta say, wouldn't mind experiencing myself. What a goddess can do. I apologize. I don't know any other way than to just be ridiculous with this. What are you saying? Have a Lisa? Actually, we broke up. Also, that transition there is perfectly timed. That's I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry, but what happened? Well, we've been dating since high school, and I guess we just drifted apart. Fortuna says, but you looked so good together last time we were having dinner. So yeah, I've always been good about putting up a front. But the truth is that this last year, we've been fighting so many times a week. What about? Oh, stupid as details. I have my theory about what was pissing Elisa off anyway. I tried to confront her about it, but she wouldn't admit it because it would make her a bad person or something. It was all because of the activism, right? Huh. We're getting some meat here. So, wow, okay, how did you know? Patricia just adds, no, just because it pisses me off a bit too, to be honest. And Patricia! Eva says, I guess sometimes I can be a bit too passionate. But no, it's not like that. Being around someone that fundamentally good can be frustrating. I mean, you're vegan, only consume local produce, wear repurposed clothes, and volunteer at a soup kitchen. Ava says, but that's not much of a sacrifice. It's about working your habits, really. Oh, come on! Okay, I get it, but I never asked Elisa to do all those things. And then Patricia just adds, like I said, it's not your fault. But I couldn't be happy eating Burger King and wearing leather boots next to you. Fortuna's adding that, come on, I'm sure the relationship is more complicated than that. Eva says, nah, dead right. She just couldn't stand this goody two-shoes. Oh! Again, the transitions based on dialogue are top tier. Look, it's the sea! Smells good. Alright, we're here, girls. Let's offer our souls the ocean and cleanse all the shit we packed up from the city. Oh, meteor shower. Lovely. I'm gonna wish for the three of us to leave everything behind. Come live here. Oh, I love you. Aw, always so corny. We love you too. Fortuna, are you a virgin? What? What? Why would you ask that? You never talk about dating. I've never known any boyfriends or girlfriends of yours. Fortuna's like, I've had sex, I've just never had a relationship. It's very different. Just said, don't try to look cool. My sister had sex once in high school and that's it. And Eva, there's nothing wrong with that, I'm just curious. And I'm gonna be... Sorry, just because Austin was saying they admit after living on an asteroid for 200 years they didn't expect this flashback to modern day Earth. And with the timelines all wibbly-wobbly and the horrifying concept of a witch war and the amount of, like, insane nonsense that would pull off, like, the concept of time must be very... You know what I mean? Fortune says, I already find anyone that piques my interest. Well, don't worry, you'll find someone special eventually. And if she doesn't, find anyone that's alright too. Relationships are overrated. He rants, meh, maybe. Alright, stay out of my business, you two. Cowler. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey? Exactly. Sorry, the amount of wizard stuff that keeps getting served to me via varying algorithms continues to crack me up. The wizard war bit just destroys me. I heard one guy say power word scrundle, and then like 17 people went inside out. I'm over here casting like level 1 fireball and level 1 poison. What's the newest one? I cast instant Brazilian wax. Sorry. Going off on a fucking tangent. Eternal jock itch. Mend butthole! Someone actually statted up all of the weird wizard meme spells that have been going around for 5th edition, just in case you need... just in case you need to be able to cast Testicular Torsion as a statted spell. And I'll see if I can find the link to it, because it's frightening. Frightening the details to which they went. Like, which races would suffer from Testicular Torsion? And again, friends, this all comes back to Mage the Ascension. Mage the Ascension always let you do these things. Alright? Like, you've always had the power to do all of these things. It's always been in your hands. But Jesus, Wolf! Went from 0 to 1,000 there. We just turned a guy inside out, and that's violent. No, so Zeph, what you want is mass testicular torsion. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just very, very quickly, because we touched on it earlier, and I realised I got distracted because we had a raid and stuff. So the TLDR, Mage the Ascension, tabletop RPG. The hook is you all play mages, and your stats aren't what allow you... Your stats aren't spells, right? Like, as a wizard in D&D, you hit level 5, you have a table of spells, you pick the one you like, jobs are good, right? With mage, you have spheres of knowledge, and you can combine them any which way you like, right? Like RP style, what have you. The overall back and forth of it is that the more you fuck with reality, the more reality pushes back. Yeah, Kaolu, any which way you like it. So, like, you could combine, like, time magic and, I don't know, growth magic to, I don't know, like, make somebody's fingernails grow at the speed of Mark III. But the rules were, mages kind of operate on the fringes of reality. Reality is a living, stretchy thing, right? And the more you push it on the boundaries of what is and isn't, the more reality snaps back and hits you. And that's referred to as, like, the paradox. Like, to the uninitiated, you can't just be casting spells in front of people that don't know magic. Because should they see it or experience it, that makes them question the fabric of reality, and reality is perception. So you have to avoid getting caught by the uninitiated. There's also like a Matrix style. Well, so Len, it's not quite like the Masquerade. Like, there's no agency in place to stop you doing villainy. There is the technocracy or whatever they're called. Oh, god darn it. It's one of those words that, now I'm thinking about it, I won't be able to say. But the idea of them being basically like reality cops who believe in technology and think that magic should be removed. Yeah, Krypton. So they kind of operate like, yeah, like magic cops. The agency in place to stop you from doing bad shit is reality itself through paradox. Yeah. Their goal is to stop mages from just fucking breaking existence. But anyway, yeah. So, as like Cowley was saying, yeah, you could cast like Aging Spine. But again, the more powerful and the more of a lasting impact your spells have, and the more chance they are to be seen by or be experienced by like the non-initiated, that increases the chance of paradox. Sometimes it just smacks you back and you get like basically freezer burn. Sometimes, well, it can be a whole lot worse, from paradox creatures being thrown at you to reality itself turning its gaze at you and being like, knock it the fuck off. So yeah, it makes for a great system because it's all about yes-anding. Like, you as the player could cast a tiny black hole, but what the fuck does that do? Right? Even if only for a little bit. Where does that matter go? What happens to it? What have you've just made a fucking wormhole in like downtown Luton. Like, reality's gonna fucking notice. You know? So yeah, I love it because like you need to work with a DM that really is into the yes-anding it and into putting like RP above dice roll, but when it works, oh, it's one of the best. Anyway, so Fortuna's making dinner. Do anyone want pizza? Of course, people want pizza. My body is so ready for pizza. Let's do it. All right. So I'm just going to say it now. These olives can get fucked. Now, does anyone mind mushrooms? Because otherwise I am going to put some mushrooms on. Going for kind of like a fancy margarita tonight. God, I haven't had pizza in ages. Sorry, that wasn't before you look. That wasn't a request or anything like that. We've been playing the system quite. I want to say playing the system. The system has been doing its job. But yeah, so we got a bunch of stuff from the farmers market for later, and it's going to be good. Alright, so I'll tell you what, Wolf, I'll do pepperoni on half. I'll do pepperoni and we'll do mushrooms on half, and then some veggies on some sprigs on one side. So, alright. Just make ourselves a little pepperoni divide. No, I didn't want you all to think I was fishing there. Oh, you know what? We'll do. Well, that way we can kind of do like a veggie half as well. So that way everybody's got a little bit of something. Not too many on the mushrooms. I don't know. Overpower the whole ready thing. There we go. Lovely. Pepperoni Divide is my urban folk album. Fuck yes. Well, Jeffrey, when you make $1 squillion with your folk punk urban anthem, just remember me. Just remember me. A little bit for everybody. There's something magic about this dough. With witches! Having a sister that owns a food truck sure is a perk. Yeah, thanks for the pizza and the ride. Although, I'll just have one slice. Ah, for the pepperoni. Yeah, it's too much for me. Why don't you just pick it off? I already sweated all over the pizza. Wouldn't mind taking an exception. I made a whole bit without pepperoni on. I wouldn't mind making an exception, especially with cheese, but the pepperoni's a step too far. So you don't want pizza, you don't want me to make another pizza. Coward. Alright. Eva's just happy to be here. And so they're not even hungry. So alright. On the other hand, I am starving and I love pepperoni. So you made my day. Oh! Remember Eva told us that she was a vegetarian. Could have done without the arugula though. Yuck. Oh, fuck off! It's good for you. By the way, how long until the meteor shower? Could start any minute. We definitely want to be watching the stars for less than an hour. Well, yeah, so Austin, that's the thing. If I'd been paying attention, I would have remembered that she said she was a vegetarian. Like, we got the vegan, got the info. Eva was asking what we're going to be wishing for, and Fortuna said, well, we're not supposed to tell, are we? That's up to you. But I believe the stars don't care about what you say out loud. What are you going to wish for? Many things. I have a list. I guess my most important wish is I want to become a better person. That's a good wish. Now, what do you mean? You're already a good person. Don't bother sweet-talking me. I can tell. I see it reflected in you, in the people in the office, in every guy after they ejaculate. All of them? At once? I'm obnoxious. You could work on your empathy a bit, yeah. But Fortuna, look, it's okay. We promised each other we'd never bullshit. We promised we'd never bullshit each other, alright? Little arsehole. Love you. Love you too. Never get you too. Anyway, I guess we're just a pair of mean sisters, and that's all there is to it. What do you plan to wish for, Eva? I want to save the world. Come on, you can't really be that selfless. So no, really. Makes me really anxious. Even with everything I do. No matter if I recycle, or consume critically, or go to rallies, or donate part of my income to fight poverty, the world always moves in the wrong direction. We can't fight whoever's in the driver's seat. I want the stars to help me not give up against this impending doom. Patricia says I'm sorry. Fortuna Ross. Eva, would you help me out? Would you help me figure out this stuff with my cards? Eva says, oh yes, please. I've been thinking about your tarot deck all day, and I was just too shy to ask. You know I enjoy reading your fortune. So please, go ahead. Alright, what do you want to know? So Eva says, I want to know about the world's fate. That's very brave. Are you sure? You want to be putting all that in the tarot deck? Eva just says yes. Even if what we find out is something terrible? Yes. Alright, let's have a look at the world's fate. And Ava would also like to know what they can do to make it a better place. Focus on the questions in your mind while I shuffle the cards. Okay. Temperance. The kind and calm figure personates moderation, harmony, and synthesis. Water flowing between jugs. It's an avatar of communication. Well, I mean, that's... Temperance is already their actions, right? You'll set up a guerrilla propaganda group to become famous worldwide. Lights out! Guerrilla radio! Alright, let's do it. Turn that shit up! You'll set up a guerrilla propaganda group that becomes famous worldwide. Wow, what's that? I sense in the future there'll be many more channels of communication beyond newspapers, radio, and television. Oh shit, so they're pre-internet right now. Free from the control of media outlets, and you'll be able to head up an notorious group whose message spreads throughout many countries. Doesn't sound bad. Always wanted to be able to encourage as many people as possible. Handing out flyers at university hasn't been super effective to this point. Well, congratulations, you're getting a megaphone. Okay, now let's see about the fate of the world. The Hermit. The Hermit's lantern is the lamp of truth, used to guide the unknowing. He holds Patriarch's staff to help him navigate narrow paths. Well, okay, so climate change will make human life unsustainable while we take refuge in massive domed cities. Super bacteria will decimate humanity, leading to simpler times. Overpopulation will lead to most of humanity to live inside of computers. Okay, fucking listen, Linda. That's 2 out of 3 right now. Fucking hell. This feels very personal. Yes, I love it. It is a choose-your-own apocalypse. It's always one of my favourite genre of book, that. Okay. Alright, we rowdy. Kakazi says, bring on the Matrix, I'm ready for it. Yeah, you know what? Let's go with that. Ready Player, I'm done with this. He was like, what? What do you mean inside of a computer? They're barely big enough to fit a couple of people inside, right? Yeah. One should only have to build a medieval outfit for Ren fairs and costume parties, not because it's required for survival. Hang on, bear with me just a second, friends. The irony, of course, that this is what we have picked, while I, a person on the internet, talk to you all through tiny screens and tabbed windows, is not lost on me. Man, it's witches! They know what's up. But at the same time, I got, what is it? Rage Against the Machine's Guerrilla Radio playing in my head. For there is always hope for it to get better. Oh. I wonder if they finished Arcadia. Oh, sorry. It was a graphic novel I was reading a while back called, I believe it was called Arcadia. And it was about the idea of so like a virus sweeps across the planet, and as a last-ditch attempt, humanity offers up basically consciousness transferal. You could move your psyche into a machine to help find a cure in exchange for, well, living inside a computer. It's a fascinating little read. Goes some very interesting places. But that's another story. Okay, they'll be immortal as long as the power keeps running through the machines. Welcome back. We made dodgy pizza. We've crafted 5 tarot cards so far, and I ruined Voltron action figures for a lot of people. How's the wee lad?
The wee lad is okay. He is very sad and high.
Is it
Very
just?
high.
Did he just get like a little infection or something?
Huh?
Is this?
A little infection, but I'll explain more.
Okay.
It's a multifaceted.
Oh yay!
He needs X-ray. Everything happens so much.
Wait.
But he's high and tired.
I'm definitely tired. I'd love to be high. Just scoff 3 edibles and just sleep. Great.
Just go to the gods.
Yep. Okay. But we've got dill pickle crisps, so swings and roundabouts, right?
Swings and roundabouts.
Oh, lordy, lordy. Oh. Okay. Ava's like, you're messing with me, right? I swear to you, it's what the cards are telling me. You're usually more vague, like, there will be an opportunity to develop yourself, or you will face a challenge. Now you're like channeling visions from another dimension or something. Yeah, I'm surprised too. Maybe it's the energy of the meteor shower, or some planets, I don't know. But I see it as clear as I see your face. This is the fate of the world. And what's my guerrilla propaganda movement supposed to do in this scenario? We're going to write computer programs to warn people inside the computers about the world they don't care about. I don't know. It's your guerrilla radio station. I didn't expect the cards to be this wild and specific. Ava's like, nah, that's alright. Scary, but fun. If your predictions ever become real, my grandchildren will think I've lost it when I keep telling them how my friend predicted this through tarot. Patricia says, you are aware that you just totally screwed with Ava's head, right? Well, I didn't mean to. Oh, come on, it hasn't been that bad. A future that distant just feels like fiction, prophecy, or not. What about you? Now you know the fate of the world. What are your plans? Patricia says, I don't see myself going to live inside a computer, to be honest. If most of humanity becomes data, I'm sure there'll be plenty of space for the rest of us up here. Fortuna foretold I'll have bone cancer in my 50s anyway. So I get to see that. That's horrible. Why did you tell your sister that? We were kids. I dared her to read as far as she could in my future. And I've never read anyone's end ever again. I felt a terrifying presence lurking beyond my vision. Like, I could keep reading beyond death. Then, now I'm scared. And I'll never forget that feeling. That moment my fortune-telling skills were enhanced in some way. Never been wrong since. Patricia says, well, can vouch for that. Just don't tell me that. I don't want the world to go bananas. Well, maybe we can fight magic with magic. Look, the meteor shower is about to begin. Let's ask the shooting stars to fix this scary future. It's so pretty! Yay! Since it's just the 3 of us on the beach, why don't we all tell the stars we want out loud? I already told you what I want. Fortuna says... Alright, Ava's gonna go first. Please, to the stars! Save the world from the fate Fortuna has foretold. Give us a chance to make it right. Butcher, you made my sister sound like a villain. Don't say it like that. Stars! Please make my sister happy. Help her find whatever she's always been looking for. Say, hey, wouldn't you wish to become a better person? Nah, that wouldn't suit me. I'll use my wish to take care of my little sister. Ah, that means you're a good person already. Haha. Flips turn upside down. Just Patricia. Shut up, don't ruin my cool moment. Alright, and Fortuna, it's yours. Ask them. Speak from your heart. It doesn't matter. Alright, please tell us. Where's your mind? What's the thing you want? It's so wild, only the stars could give it to you. I want you to be happy. Petunia says, I know there is something else. I smell it in the sea breeze. I keep seeing it on the dance of every flame. When I look at my cards, I can tell that magic is real. Yet everyone's always reminding me of how childish I am. I don't want to be a woman. I want to be a witch! Chapter 3, Sisterhood. Sup, big friend? Oh. Friends, I know it's only been 5 hours, but I might bring our adventures to a close. I'm really flagging. I guess these visual novel type games do take a lot more out of me. I know, only a casual 5 hours. But seriously, I want to go for a fucking nap. I'm not even joking. When was the last time you've known me to tap out, eh? Oh. Okay. No, so Legend, I'm really enjoying this. Alright? Oh, okay. Oh no, and Austin, everybody, you're incredibly welcome. Like, tomorrow's going to be Elden Ring, so talk about a shift in tone from witches wandering to warriors waning. Oh, that's cute. Share grimoire, share card. Can flash our deck. It's real cute. Oh, so yes, friends, I apologise for crapping out early. This game is so good. I think it's just like, it's so well put together. The amount you absorb so quickly is just, it's very overwhelming. Well, and off, I shan't be repeating myself. Oh. Forgive me, friends. Forgive me. So, this has been a lovely day. I'm glad that my drunk ass decided, like, no, we're doing it today. I really am. You know. Sometimes getting to those intense games can be a little like pulling teeth. But I'm always happy once we get there, you know? The guinea pigs have strong opinions. Yeah. Thank you for keeping us going. Every day I get to sit here and hang out with you lot is the fucking best. Thank you. Alright. Okay, and on that end, let me say thank you to the following people, because we wouldn't be able to keep going without yous. Oh, and Scotty, you're entirely welcome. You know I bring you the good shit. So first off, to Thoffin and Midnight and Limitilli, it was lovely to make your acquaintance. Hopefully we get to hang out and chat some more. If tomorrow, I'll probably be far more chatty. To Limitilli, Keldra, Austin, McWigglestick at Midnight, whether you were gifted a sub or celebrating years worth of spree, thank you. To Verdant Flow for cursing everybody with Indie Game and Movie, you know what you did. And to Scarred Alaska, Scotty Doggy, Araman, Vanderbeest, Favor 6, J-Box, and Shitaru, again, bits and donations is the best way to keep us alive, so thank you. Your moderator today was not just Caffeine, but also thank you to Lizzie and T-Pow and Rhymes with Moose. And look at that quad raid. Jetman J, Snuggly, Midnight, and Captain Helion. All of you, thank you so much. Oh. You know what, heck it. Floydo's currently kicking around on some classic. So, I pass your lovely selves over that way. So, friends, whatever you do with the rest of your evening, have a feckin' great time. You probably won't see me on Discord this evening, but I am scheming what we're going to be doing last Saturday.
Snipe.
Just as we're heading out, huh? Just as we're heading out. Cheeky bad word. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry, friends. I really hit the wall. I know, it's very rare for me. Alright. Love to you all. I'm going to pass you over to Floydo. And then, yeah, to be continued. Have a lovely rest of your night. Oh. Let's hack and do this.